Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Reapers Nation. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins. And give me a sec, I forgot to shut this door. All right, there we go. Welcome to the Reapers Nations. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins, and we got a great show today. Michelle Wu in the Black Erasure of, the Black Boss, the Boss. Hold on, let me see. Michelle Wu in the Erasure of Black Boston. The reason why I wanted to do a topic like this is because I knew about I knew integration was coming. Was it through Thomas Menino? I don't think so because Thomas Menino protected Black Boston, Black, Brown, and Asian communities of Boston. When things popped off, Thomas Menino was down there. Give me a second. Let me see how it looks. Um, Thomas Menino always protected Boston. If to 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 really say how Thomas Menino was, he was probably the greatest mayor of Boston. He actually fixed Boston and has Boston the way it is. Um, I believe Mayor Menino was the mayor of Boston for like 20, 45 plus years. I remember him in the early 90s. Uh, he died, I think, around like 10 years ago, almost 10, if not 10 years ago. He had, I think, lung cancer. And he was a great guy. I would say that I met him a few times. My favorite has always been Chuck Turner. You know, give me a second, everybody. So I can start fixing up a lot of this stuff. If y'all don't know about Boston, you should know that Boston, Boston has hold on a second. Give me like a second. Is this her? Give me a second, everyone. Uh, if y'all don't know Boston, Boston is it's a very abnormal state. We have black people, we have Cape Verdeans, we have Caribbeans, we have Africans, we have a little bit of everything in Boston. Um, Me per se, my issue has always have been, and this is just me, that the people that do help Boston are not from Boston. You know, that has always been my issue. Will it change? Probably not. Um, but like I said, Michelle Wu is one of those people. Hold on a second. Right here. Gotcha. So, and I was supposed to have this conversation Saturday afternoon, but what had happened? It was a long day. I will tell you that. it was a long, long, long day. So doing this now, I think this is this is a good purpose. You know, I think we should talk about this, especially if you're not from Boston. Um, because you can probably relate to this because this probably happened in your community, and no matter where you were. I usually, if you don't know, I run and own the Bronze Reaper podcast, and what I usually do is answer questions when people ask questions. But I'm trying something different with this show. This show I thought about probably a few weeks ago, and I felt like, you know what, we should be talking about certain things like this. Uh, in the Bronze Reaper podcast, we can't talk about this because things things do go left. Hold on, give me a second, everyone. No, okay. Things are different. I will say that things are different. You can look at things that are different. But I will. But starting now, these type of shows I will be doing. I will be doing. So what I mean is the reason why I will be doing these type of topics, like from social systems, politicians, societies, also freedom fighters. Like Thursday, we will be talking about South Carolina's Grim Reaper, Solomon Fairfax. You know, I like to talk about certain things, and most of my topics are random anyway. So I do hope you appreciate my randomness of topics. Also, hold on, do this over here. No, it's this way. Also, I do want to discuss, and this is just me. I do want to discuss I want to discuss the atmosphere, the erasure, and the flat blackness that comes through Boston. The reason why I want to discuss that as well, because this is a normal thing in the black community where people from other cultures try to erase the black progress and always have to throw a person from a different country in there. We'll talk more about that on Friday as a topic, but this might be a step into that topic. I don't see nothing wrong with throwing an immigrant in there, but when you're trying to erase a culture, erase the big factor of the situation, then we have a problem. The big factor to America has always been Black Americans. Hasn't been nobody. And the thing about it, I always tell people this: look back into your lineage. You probably might find out that you haven't been in Africa in thousands of years, not just 4 or 5 hundred years. I mean, 2 to 500 years. You might have not been there in thousands of years. You're so far out of Africa that you're not even African. You're a whole new ethnogenesis. Um, that was my that was knowing my culture and knowing why do people do what they do. I always had an issue with it. The reason why I had an issue with it because I'm sorry, I'm just putting it on the big TV too. So, um, I had an issue with it because at the end of the day, we're giving credit to these imaginary Africans that hasn't done anything in America. You know, so it's like, for example, hold on. It's like me building a house for you, and you just moved in because you wear the same colors. We're talking about, oh yeah, we all did this together. You wouldn't have an issue with that. You would have an issue with it because at the end of the day, nobody helped. You know, that's just me. I would have an issue with that. I would be like, yo, why am I giving you credit and you didn't build anything? You know, and this is why I feel like everybody does have a problem with immigrants saying that, yo, we built America. Collectively, y'all didn't build America. Collectively, y'all didn't do anything. So it's kind of a punch in the face when people do try to take Black Americans credit, and this is why a lot of Black Americans are pushing back on flat blackness. You know, I'm one of the guys who push back on flat blackness. It's the thing about it is when your lineage, when your ancestors, when your forefathers are involved, you're gonna push back. You're gonna push back because these people are erasing your heritage, erasing your culture, erasing everything that your ancestor has built for you, not anybody else, but for you and your and your offsprings and the next generations. So it has, to me, it will always be a problem. I see it as a problem. You know, a lot of people don't have to agree, but this is one of these situations where these type of words, these title words, people of color, minorities, and this is where it affects Black culture, Black communities, Black lineage, people of color. People are hiding their racism behind Black people, such as Sneeko. Sneeko is a Haitian Filipino. You know, Kamala, she's a Hindu Jamaican. Obama, a Kenyan, a white Kenyan, a white African Kenyan, or a Kenyan American. Um, People hide those under flat blackness to destroy the Black community. You know, I will even say this: Michelle Wu. I always had a problem with Michelle Wu. Um, when Marty Walsh got into office, I started seeing the integration. I felt the integration. The reason why I felt the integration because certain things that happen in Black communities you don't see, such as people jogging. You know, thank you for the follower. Hey, what's going on? Salute, salute. Um, I always, and the thing about it, these people behind Michelle Wu, they hide themselves under the Black cloak that they're Black. For example, one Tiana Fernandez. Tiana Fernandez is a Cape Verdean. Um, Back in the days when I was growing up, most of those Cape Verdeans didn't think that they were Black. They thought they were Portuguese. You know, that's what I'm gonna say. That's what I heard living in Boston. That they were Cape Verdean. You look like a Reaper. Oh, you look like a Reaper. Salute, salute. But yeah, all of this stuff goes on in Boston. It's, and I'm gonna say this: the people who are really against Black people in Boston are people of different ethnicities. It has always been like that. Black people accepted everybody. Black people accepted, Black people accepting people coming into their communities, accept them, and they, even if it's crime, accepted them in their organized gangs. Then when you have these other gangs, these Hispanic gangs, these Cape Verdean gangs, even Asian gangs, they don't accept Black Americans, or they rarely accept Black Americans. So even Michelle Wu coming in there and stuff like that, I'm gonna say this: she's trying to lighten the racism that goes on in Boston. She tries to lighten the racism that goes on in Boston. Um, I've been knew that she was trying to do that years ago. This was nothing new. This all the stuff that she was doing. It that's what she was supposed to do. This is what they put her in office to do. Put a person of ethnicity. Someone who's closer to being white, and people who are closer to being white in that they would accept are Asian people. White people will accept Asian people before they accept any other ethnicity. It's just it is what it is. This is why I'm gonna say this. This is why you'll catch a lot of this is why you'll catch a lot of Asian with the same type of ideology as white people. You know, and I'm talking about they till this day they do. You go to a Chinese restaurant, they'll follow you until you leave. White people want to do that. All they do is set cameras and look at the cameras. These Asian people will actually really follow you. In Chinatown, I told y'all about my experiences on the Bronze Reaper podcast I um where I went down to Chinatown to get some food and to support them. I went to go get some duck, bok choy, and some white rice. This lady, when she found out I was black, she gave me the smallest fucking duck ever. But when I called and I had one of my white friends call, she did it and gave me a whole half a duck. When she seen it was me, she was pissed. The black duck, and I'm gonna say this, and this is because of my experience in Chinatown. Are there some good Chinese people in Chinatown? Absolutely. But what sticks out more is their racism, their ideology at black Americans. And I'm gonna say this: they do more crime in Boston than black people do. Look at them getting caught in these brothels. Look at they getting caught up in this fraud and these scams. Let alone politically. And what we heard about Michelle Wu, they say that she was funded by the CCP. And if you don't know what the CCP is, it's the Communist Chinese Party. This has been going. Let me tell you something. This has been going around for years that she was funded by them. This is why she can. This is why she gets support. Black people don't. Black Americans really don't support Michelle Wu. We don't really support Michelle Wu. It's the people of ethnicities because you know what? She fights for them. She don't fight for Black Americans. She did that little raggedy thing that she did for the reparation task force, and I told um the director, I was like, "Yo, I think it was a pump fake because election season is coming up. Because election season is coming up. This is why I think she did that. Her and Ayanna Presley, and I think if Ayanna Presley is not a tether, and I'm calling her a tether. And the reason I'm gonna tell you the reason before I even tell you. Hold on, let me tell you why I said she's If Ayanna Presley is not a tether, she's a token. And the reason why I say she's a token is because she defend immigrants more than she defend her supposedly her own people. If Black Americans and other people who built Boston is trying to get housing, how the fuck are people who are just coming into the state getting housing before people who've been on that list for 5 to 10 years? I don't get it. These people been on that list of five for 5 to 10 years, and they can't get They can't get housing. What is that telling you? And this is why I say she's a token or she's a tether. She don't give a fuck about black Americans. She don't give a fuck about these people coming first. She's arguing at Capitol Hill about fucking immigrants and forgetting about what's going on with black Americans. But when voting season comes up, they want to kiss all the fucking black babies in the world. They want to kiss all the black babies in the world. And I've been told people this should be a concern to everybody. This should be a big concern to everybody in the diaspora. She's defending. She's not. Those two people are not defending Black Boston, and Black Boston is being erased and kicked out of Boston right now. They are hoodwinking. They are building all these buildings. They're spending. They spent Black Americans' tax money and kicked them the fuck out, and gave that city to others. They gave that shit to others, not the people who built the city, not the people who spent their hard work, that worked 9 to 5, that has 3 to 4 jobs. She kicked them the fuck out and said, "You know what? You can live in Brockton. You can live in Taunton. You can live in Rosendale. You can live in these areas where you're gonna have to travel to get to work. And all these other motherfuckers who work in these financial districts, building building fucking White Stadium, and White Stadium been falling apart for like 20 years. All of a sudden, you want to build white stadiums, but not for the black people, not for the people who put money in that city. It has never been. I'm gonna say this: it has never been about Black America. It was a money grab. That's why Boston is a tourism. This is why she keeps on talking about, oh yeah, Black Boston is the most safest place because you kicked everybody out of Boston. You turned it into a tourism. It has always been like that. People always complained about Michelle Wu, and she always turned a blind eye to Black Americans. She turned a blind eye to the hardworking people. Now them white folks in North End is complaining about her. Then when they had a meeting, she didn't even show up. She did not even show up at all. But you know who defend her? Tiana Fernandez Anderson did. She just went to jail for stealing money with her family. Ayanna Presley, she keeps on she keeps on using black trauma to get these migrants into America. Talk about we stand with black people. Where the fuck do you see black people at? Where you see those black people who are from the South? They're with you saying that, yeah, we stand for Tiana. We stand for Ayana. That always been a problem in Boston. She been trying to. Let me tell you something. One thing I know about one thing I know about creating is destroying. Marty Walsh and Michelle Wu destroyed Boston. They destroyed the historical figures of Boston. They turned it into a fucking a fucking circus, and they're PK Bonham right now. They turned they turned Boston into a fucking circus. And you know what? I'm glad those motherfuckers are shooting up Boston right now with them white folks in there. And you know why? Because at the end of the day, we're knowing that Michelle Wu lied. She lied to you. She lied to us. She lied to everybody. She didn't want to save for Boston. She wanted to erase Boston. She wanted a new culture of Boston. She tried to hide all the racism that was going on in Boston and erase the people that they did it to. They're trying to erase the trauma of Boston. While everybody's aunties and uncles and cousins, they getting kicked out of Boston and given to all these rich people, to all these college kids. This is what's happening. And this is why I told people 20 years ago, own your own home in Boston because they're gonna kick you out. Stop paying rent. They don't want you here. Oh, look, Marty Welsh and Michelle Wu is doing a good job. Okay, what they have they gave black Americans? I know they have giving people from other countries large sums of money while they just watch black people um cry that they're not getting anything, they're struggling, they're trying to work hard, they're working on multiple jobs and they're struggling and they need help. She turned a blind eye to it. What's going on, Convo? Salute, salute. Michelle Wu turned a blind eye to Boston. Ayana is another one. We're going to do a topic on her too. This is the things that we go through. Let me tell you something. This is why I did this. This is why I did this topic. I think people can relate to this. People can relate to people throwing in a politician that might look or act black and saying that, look, we gave you one of your people. Michelle Wu has never been one of our people. Oh, she went to a Boston school. Okay. Should we give her a double chocolate cookie or something like what is this? She didn't go to school with all black people. She didn't go to school with Latino people like that. She went to a pilot school. You act like she went to the Jeremiah E. Burke, Charlestown, Dorchester High, English High, Madison. For God's sake, she could have went to Madison or O'Brien. She went to Boston Latin. That's a pilot school. You need to take a test to get in that school. O'Brien, you need to take a test to get in that school. That's telling you something. She is not of Boston culture. She has never been of Boston culture. She's cosplaying Boston culture. Then you start to see like most of these people wasn't even born in Boston. Oh, my family came. First thing she said, "Oh, my family is of immigrant background." Okay, cool. Where did your family resign at? Her family resigned in Ohio. This is the things that we deal with. This is why I always tell people all the time, like, yo, you know what? They're trying to erase black culture. They've been that's I'm gonna say this. That Shibushi thing, it wasn't an accident. It wasn't no coincidence. That was meant to happen. That was meant to happen. Don't let these people fool you and say, oh yo, I didn't know that was gonna happen. Michelle Wu had a whole incident a few years ago on Christmas talk about something about black people that she didn't want black people it was crazy. Then she's like, "Oh, it was like a minor mistake. Anybody could have made that mistake." Yeah, any racist person, any person who don't like people of color. Like, come on, let's not do that. If she has to get her fucking back kicked in, we kicking her fucking back in. She destroyed Boston. While Thomas Menino spent 25 years building Boston, Marty Walsh and Michelle Wu destroyed Boston within 10 years. Within 10 years. And she started 2021. Marty Walsh did what, 1, 2 years? And the only time you could catch Marty Walsh is at St. Patrick's Day around drunk people, and he's a recovering drunk. Like, come on, let's not do this. These are the people that we deal with in Boston. This is why when they say, yo, Boston is one of the most systematic racist states probably of all, this is why. They're trying to erase black history of they're trying to erase the history of black people in Boston. They're trying to do the same shit that Shibusi tried to do. That shit is not a mistake. That was not a mistake. I'm telling you, it's not a mistake. All this stuff that's going on, these immigrants talk about, oh, immigrants built Boston. I mean, built America. When? When have they built it? If Black Americans is the infrastructure, what shit did you build? If we're the blueprint, what the fuck did you build? Then when we ask that, oh, you being xenophobic. Because I asked you a fucking question, what did you build? Like, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this. I know this is co-opted. I'm sorry, not even co-opted, psyoped. Because look at Michelle Wu. Her community, Chinatown hasn't changed. Chinatown hasn't really changed since she got in office. Chinatown still looks the same since Chinatown still looks the same ever still looks the same from 2018. And you hear about the brothels, you hear about the scamming, you hear about the fraud, you hear about all of that shit in there. And at the end of the day, that community still hasn't changed. She's doing more for her community than Boston community, than of all Boston. When that motherfucker, there was a motherfucker in Back Bay with stabbing, went around trying to stab people. You know what this bitch said? I hope he's all right. The nigga who went ape shit and almost killed a whole bunch of people with a knife. She hopes he's all right. This is why I always have to tell people all the time. It People always and this is the liberal bullshit. Black people don't have ID. Nigga, we all have IDs. We just don't want to show our IDs. We need IDs with everything. How you think niggas get alcohol? How you think niggas get weed since there's dispensaries all in Boston? How you think niggas get that shit? Like, come on, let's not do that. Let me say something. Black Americans has been dealing with this raggedy bitch for like probably for 5 years already. We're tired of Michelle Wu. Michelle Wu has done shit for Boston. She has destroyed Boston. She turned it into a tourism. She kicked everybody out and turned it into a tourism. And this is why, like again, I told people own your own house in Boston. These niggas is trying to kick you out. These niggas trying to kick you out. They're trying to control Boston because they understand Boston is near the financial district. A lot of these rich people don't want to keep on going back and forth to some East bumfuck city where they're from to Boston to work. That's why they're kicking out black people in Boston. And the thing about it, y'all immigrants is getting kicked out too. That's why there's crime happening in Boston right now. She's saying that there's no crime. She think it's the gun laws. Boston has one of the most strictest gun laws in the United States. The gun laws protect the aggressor, the suspect. I have put it this way. I have to have somebody put their hands on me, then I can retaliate. She talk about fucking gun laws. It's not no fucking gun laws. It's your leadership. It has always been Mayor Mawu's leadership. She's not a leader. That's why I said, yo, fuck your symbolic gesture towards black people. I'm sorry. Bitch, give me my money. I'm talking crazy now. Bitch, give me my money. Give me my money for all my ancestors' free labor, my nigga. That's a debt that's owed. We don't want to hear anything else. We want to hear about that debt that is owed. Or are you gonna do what you have been doing for the last, was it 500 years y'all niggas was here, is breaking treaties, lying, can't tell the fucking truth, erasing history. Let's really talk about it. I'm just being personally honest about it. Then hold up. Let's talk about the COVID. Let's talk about the COVID era. This Asian hate crime. What's going on, Ray Ray? Salute. Let's talk about the Asian hate crime. Black Americans wasn't attacking you. You sure that wasn't Caribbeans? Sneaker was talking about that shit was happening in New York. Those are all Caribbeans in New York. But y'all want to blame black people because it's a flat blackness. This is why the delineation is happening. Because people like this fuck nigga Ping Fu. Stop. You come on. I'm gonna say this. You come on my channel talk about stop Asian hate like black Americans is doing that. We're not doing that. Those are them Caribbeans. The Haitians try to blame that on us in Florida. And they couldn't even tell the difference. Yeah, stop the hateful Asians. Hey, hold on. Now hold on. We could stop all that Asian. Now we can start the Asian hate. Stop all the Asian hate. But what happened in LA when they shot that little 15-year-old girl and that lady fucking got off? What about when that Asian lady killed Sam Cooke? We don't want to talk about that, right? Or are we gonna say, oh, that's old shit? We don't got no experience of Asian people pulling out guns on black people because they think that we're gonna rob them. That little young girl caught a hot slug in the face. And you think I'm gonna fight for y'all niggas? Y'all niggas is crazy. I'm just being personally honest. It's how are we gonna say all these black people are doing this? Now we look at the history of your people. If all he left tomorrow, would peace become evil? I don't think you can't have peace without hate. That's the thing. And the reason why is because you needed something to fight for. I've never heard anyone say, "Let's go to Chinatown and commit." Yeah, and I'm gonna say this: the people who were hurting people in Boston that were Asian were Irish. They were the Irish people. They hated you. They hated you. We always. Let me tell you something. We always saluted Asian people in Boston. We love Danton Donnie. If you know, you know. Y'all, if you don't know who Danton Donnie is, you're not from Boston. You know? He's probably one of the biggest martial artists probably in this era right now. Danton Donnie. You know, so it's most people don't know that. But other than that, we go to their community and stuff like that. They look at us funny. They look at me like I got an extra arm or something. It has always been like that, but at the end of the day, black people will never turn a blind eye to it. And say, "Oh, well, you know what? Fuck y'all niggas." We just say, "Hey, yo, that's how them niggas is. Let's not come here no more. Let's not go to the." But the thing about it, they insist on coming into the black community. If you don't like black people, why would you go into their community? We can use to. We used to eat Chinese food takeout until we found out Yahweh really eating. Let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you the nastiest shit that these niggas was doing in Dorchester. These motherfuckers was going in the trash, digging out the food that wasn't expired, and putting it back in a bowl and serving it to people in Dorchester. That's what they were doing in Dorchester, Mass. That's why I don't eat it. Yo, only time I'm gonna say this. Only time I really eat Asian food if my baby mother shows me where to eat at. That's it. I don't eat everybody's food. I choose not to, and that's just my choice to. I choose not to. And this is what these. I think they were Vietnamese and everything. I think they were Vietnamese people that were doing that shit. You know, but at the end of the day, they see a black skin, they think it's a black American that's doing it. No. Black Americans don't need to fucking rob you. We're a small percentage in Boston. We have always been a small percentage in Boston. Do we are we a big factor? Yes. We're the biggest factor out here. That's why when you look at it, they were like, oh, black people are like they only make $8 of network. Nigga, that's impossible. How the fuck somebody can make $8 network in Boston? That don't make sense. You gotta send her. Yeah, yeah. I'll pick it up. That's why I say I'll pick it up. I'll pick up the food, nigga. Nigga, that last time I went to Chinatown, man, they did that bullshit to me, man. Yeah, man. I tell people all the time, don't go to Chinatown. Mm-mm. Don't go to Chinatown. Mm-mm. But Michelle Wu, Mayor Michelle Wu, Chinatown hasn't changed ever since 2021. That's telling you something. She'll defend her community and other immigrants before she defend the people who built them, who built Boston. And I'm not saying that just to be a hateful motherfucker. I'm saying that because that's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. Like, let's personally be honest. Do you think Michelle Wu can um can be this big in Boston if um she was using her culture? Because she doesn't use Asian culture. She used white culture, white political culture. So the things that she don't talk about, she don't the things she don't want to talk about because she knows she's gonna lose or she's gonna get a backlash by, she won't talk about. She won't talk about how there's so many fucking druggies in Boston. How motherfuckers is still shooting people, and it's not Black Americans. Mm-mm. We're the small fraction percentage after the delineations. Once you find out, oh, these niggas is Caribbeans. Oh, these dudes is Latinos. Oh, these dudes is African. Oh, these dudes are white. You start to figure out, oh, yo, it's not Black Americans that's committing all these crimes. It's not. That's why this is. Give me a second. Let me see what this dude said. At the donut shop, two black guys pulled up to the. That's not black people. Black people don't do shit like that. Those are Caribbeans. Caribbeans or Afro Latinos. Nigga, I'm around a lot of Latinos to understand. Like when I'm driving, these niggas won't pull over in the parking lot, no parking spot. You know what they do? They'll put their blinkers on so we can't go by. That's some shit that your people do, SP. And I'm just being personally honest with you. If you were in Mexico, you wouldn't have to worry about small. about small man? Yeah, that's the thing. It's this is why I don't get. Y'all have a whole community to go to. Y'all have a whole country to go to. Why complain about here? This is a small fraction. And the thing about you're around more your people. You know, to me that has always been an issue. The reason why it has been an issue or a concern is because we don't have nowhere to go to. This is our land. This is all we know. You know, Michelle Wu, how she erased Black American history. She kicked a lot of black people out of Boston. She told, and I've been told people this years ago. Within 5 years, everything went up. She kicked everybody out of Boston. She made it a tourism. She left her community the same. She left Chinatown the same, and it's dirty. Chinatown is fucking dirty. But they left it near the financial district where everybody goes. Instead of getting rid of the problem in her communities, she left it there. But when Black Americans, she looked at us like we were the problem and said it was. Then she got, and this is the sad part. She blamed gun laws, but the gun laws protect suspects. It doesn't protect the victims. It has never protected the victims. It has never protected the victims. Only way I could shoot somebody if you put your hands on me. Once you put your hands on me, I'm gonna pop three in you. That's how that's how our gun laws work in Boston. So I gotta wait until I get beat the fuck up just to shoot these niggas. Instead of defending myself, say, yo, I got a firearm, back up. I do not feel comfortable. I don't feel safe around you. I gotta wait till these motherfuckers put their hands on me. And she talks about gun laws all the time. Bitch, it ain't gun laws. It's you. You're the problem. You're that common denominator. It has never been gun laws. If anything, I think you need to ease off the gun laws. And I'm not trying to say make it as Florida or the South, but make it where you can defend yourself. Like, come on, we can't keep on doing this with this lady. What if you were in Africa? We're not from Africa, SP. We're not from Africa, so we don't care. You know, I cannot survive in Mexico. And plus, I couldn't survive in Mexico either because of y'all colorism problem. What's going on, Dorsey? Salute, salute. Yeah, but yeah, it's just she been doing that shit forever, man. I've been sick and tired. I've been sick and tired of her and Ayanna Presley. Ayanna Presley is a token. She. Let me tell you something. She is the supreme token. She's up there with Brian Donalds. Instead of supposedly her community is being erased, she's worried about fucking immigration. She's worried about Boston being a sanctuary fucking city. That's what she's worried about. Bitch, bring them into your fucking city. Bring them. Let me tell you, if you want to make it a sanctuary city, put them all in Chinatown. Tell them like, yo, you can't leave China. Put them in Chinatown in downtown Boston. But you're not gonna do that because it's near the financial district. You know. Damn. Oh, we don't speak. Damn. But yeah, it's these are the things that we go on with. Michelle, I'm gonna say this too. In Boston, and I'm gonna show y'all. It's gonna be crazy too. I'm gonna show y'all what has been going on with Boston and with Michelle Wu. This was from 2 years ago. This was from 2 years ago, and this is the type of fucked up gestures she be giving us. Let me make it. This is why I always say, yo, people got to stop doing that because you know what? I'm gonna say this. A lot of people are trying to use this. Oh, people are being racist towards my people. Stop the hate. It's not hate if I'm being honest. Like, yo, look what you're doing to my community. Like, I don't think Michelle Wu has. I think she knows. I think she don't give a fuck about what she's doing to Boston. And this guy right here, he's off of what's that street? Washington Street. That's near Washington Street. So it's near this place called Elm Street. He looks kind of, peekaboo. He looked like that. But let's watch everyone.
She's ducking and dodging. This is a disgrace. And she's ducking and dodging the issue. This indifference would not happen under Walsh, Menino, right, Flynn.
Reverend Eugene Rivers calling on Boston's mayor to do more to address recent gun violence.
This happened in a white community to see the mayor. And we're asking Mayor Wu, you have to be leadership for all of the city. You can't ignore the black community.
3 people have been shot and killed in Boston in less than a week. Saturday, a woman was killed in Dorchester. That night, a man was killed along Tremont Street in Roxbury. And last night, there was a deadly shooting along Wilrose Street in Dorchester.
If we continue the pattern of 7 homicides, killings that took place in this 7th week of the month, and then we will reach a level that Boston perhaps has not seen in years.
At a meeting of the Violence Reduction Task Force at the Charles Street AME Church in Roxbury this morning, Pastor Gregory Groover asked leaders of all faiths to unite.
We can turn this around. We did it before, and by God's help, we can do it again.
We have reached out to the mayor's office to get her response to the comments you heard.
I'm gonna say this, everyone. We're gonna finish listening to her. It's not a crime. It's a resource problem. Boston is having a resource problem. It always has had a resource problem. And Michelle Wu knows that. Like let me tell you something. Her community is good because at the end of the day, she's putting resources in that community. But I'm gonna say this: every time somebody's in office with her, some bullshit happened. 2 people just got fired because they were having some secret relationship, and there was a domestic violence dispute, and both of them motherfuckers got fired, and they worked on her campaign. So this isn't a hate thing. This is what we're seeing. This is Boston crying out. Now let's listen to what they just said again.
Leaders of all faiths to unite.
We can turn this around. We did it before, and by God's help, we can do it again.
And I'm gonna say this. And I know I have to beat up on my elders today, but y'all niggas with this God shit, this ain't a God situation. We already know she's fucking evil. This girl's fucking evil because she's just letting that shit happen in the community. Then after that, if you're the problem, she's gonna raise up the rent and kick you out. Then they're gonna blame it on inflations. How you blaming on inflation and you're the fucking mayor for the last 5 years? And this is why I'm gonna say Marty Walsh. Marty Walsh is a recovering drunk. He don't know what only time I see Marty Walsh is at the St. Patrick's Parade. We don't see him nowhere else. We don't see him handling. We never seen him handle problems. Let's personally be honest. We never really see Marty Welsh handle problems like that. Elizabeth Warner, you're another one. You're a problem too. And you was at my graduation. You was at my graduation. You you trying to hide yourself trying to be a fucking $5 Indian don't mean shit. You ain't no fucking $5. You ain't no fucking Native American, nigga. You bitch, your people probably oppress them fucking natives. Let's personally be honest. Your people probably violated them Indians and probably had one of those type of babies. One of those trick babies. Let's not do that. We'll start pulling fucking cards. We'll pull these fucking cards out and it's not going to be pretty.
We have reached out to the mayor's office to get her response to the comments you heard in the story. We're still waiting for that response right now.
Again.
In terms of the shooting this past week, no arrests have been announced in any of those cases. We're live.
And remember, I told y'all last year, I was like, when people get shot in Boston, probably 30% of people only get caught. Only 30% of people get caught in Boston like that. It's just what it is. Really, nigga. Only like 30% of people get caught in Boston. It's not a high percentage.
Jennifer Egan, WCVB News Center 5.
Yeah. Just like them sinners, yeah. It's true. Hold on. I'm gonna play one more video off of this. And we're gonna jump right into. I'm gonna give you another example. Hold on, everybody. They took off the yeah, get out. And this is a token woman right here. This is a token.
And in fact, we're going to wrap it up because Congresswoman.
I call her Token Presley. I don't call her Ayanna Presley. I call her Token Presley. I call her Token Presley. She's always doing some tokenism, not for her people. She's always bigging up in other people and not her own people. And this is why I say I don't believe she's a Black American. I don't believe her family's from the South. She might because she's from Ohio, but we don't know as much about Ayanna. She's from Hyde Park. Hyde Park is infested with Haitians. There's not that many Black people in Hyde Park like that. It has never been. Haitians and Jamaicans. I'm being personally honest.
Presley is here with us now. Hi, Congresswoman. Give us your thoughts on how you think the hearing is going so far for Mayor Wu.
Yeah, our mayor, Michelle Wu, she's meeting the moment. She is defending our values, defending our city, and telling the accurate story of our city, which is vibrant and diverse, and affirming really that immigration is essential to the success of our city.
When you say meeting the moment,
that's the shit I'm talking about. Black Boston built the infrastructure. We built Boston. Were there immigrants there? Yeah, in the 70s. They came in the 70s, 60s, and the 70s. Now she's saying this. Let's watch what she said.
She definitely, Michelle Wu she's meeting the moment. She is defending our values, defending our city, and telling the accurate story of our city, which is vibrant and diverse, and affirming really that immigration is essential to the success of our city.
When you say meeting the moment, she definitely has pushed back. She's definitely pushed back quite a bit. She's definitely pushed back quite a bit on some of the Republicans, and certainly the criticism from Tom Homan. What did you think of that?
I've worked shoulder to shoulder with and known Michelle a long time. I knew she would come prepared. I knew she would be unflappable. I knew she would be steady. I've been hearing from colleagues throughout the hearing on the Democratic side, some of whom are former mayors, who have just expressed their admiration for her and how impressive they have found her in defense of our city.
For all the bluster, it hasn't seemed too fiery from the Republicans.
Well, it's not bombastic.
Token fuck what I tell y'all. Token fucking Presley. If this ain't a fucking token, she's a supreme token. If you ever watch Dragon Ball, the Supreme Kai, to Supreme Token Presley. I can't make this shit up. I can't make this shit up. She'll do any and everything except for her people. She'll do any and everything except for her people. It's fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy. This is crazy. Like, we're watching this from a black American. Cause I can't say, I'm gonna say this. I cannot say that she comes from an immigrant background. So I have to say, like, well, she's in the hot seat. But we are seeing what she is doing for black Americans, and that's nothing. There go Kwame right there. He's back. Hey Kwame, you in Jamaica right now? Or you still in New York? I heard them niggas was chasing y'all niggas down in New York. Uh this nigga said, is that RuPaul? That's fucked up. Oh, shout out to Kwame, man. Hey Kwame, you know what you owe, right? You still haven't gave that $30, man. We know you broke out here. Yeah, I've been looking and I've been doing what is it? Day trading. It hasn't been good either. So I know, yeah, you ain't got no money. So yeah, this nigga Kwame, broke ass Kwame over here. You know I gotta call you broke now because yo, I gave you the benefit to don't calling black Americans FBA's broke, but now, hey man, put up or shut up, man. You's a broke nigga right now compared to the Bronze Reaper audience. You's a broke nigga. Nigga said, "Where's your haircut coming?" Oh shit. See, everybody, this is why I had to make a new channel. Not I still got the Bronze Reaper channel, but yeah, this yeah. Certain things we can't talk about on the other channel that we got to talk about it on this. This one right here is just prime example of certain people. But yeah, we don't know if she's a tether or not. Yeah, Pocahontas. Yeah, that's Elizabeth Warner. That's a $5 fucking Indian. I'm gonna be personally honest. That bitch is a $5 Indian. Hey yo, SP, is Elizabeth Warner related to you? I heard y'all niggas come from the same tribe, my nigga. Yeah, I don't think she's FBA either, man. I will say that Dorsey, I don't think she's I don't think she's FBA either. Yeah, tell him, Dorsey. Yeah, what's that fight? Yeah. Hey yo, Elizabeth Waters from SP's Tribe, man. That's fucked up. I knew SP, you're $5 Indian too, man. I gotta be personally honest. You and Elizabeth Warner. You's a white man. SB, I know you're a white man. It's all right. There's nothing wrong with being white, SB, man. So don't act like there's nothing wrong with being a white Irish, you know? With your haircut coming, that's fucked up. What stocks you been buying? I've been doing Coca-Cola. I did KO for a little bit. I've been making paper, but I heard a lot of people been losing a lot of paper too. So yeah, but yeah, she's a $5 Indian though. Oh shit! Speaking of fucking donations, I gotta put this shit up, man. I'm sorry, everybody. I didn't put the donation thing up either, so I apologize. Um, this is for you too, Kwame. Broke ass nigga. Yeah, Kwame, we gotta call you broke now, brokey. That nigga's broke like his flip flops. That shit's fucked up. Oh shit, my nigga Kwame's broke. uh, Give me a second, everybody. Let me see if everything is went through. Okay, everything's going through. Why is all my cash apps having problems? Uh, Hold on. Give me a second, everybody. Yada yada. Give me a second, everybody. Uh. Okay. Cool. But yeah, man. It's true, man. I would say that. These are the type of people that's in this office, man. We got to be careful of. And this is me just warning. Hold on one second. My nigga Kwame came back. Jesus Christ. But yeah, let's see. My DNA says otherwise. Um, I'll say this. You know what? I'm gonna play a video for you. What's your name? SP, I'm gonna play a video for you. And I'm sorry to jump off a topic, everybody. Just give me a second. This one. It's about DNA. See if I can find it. I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna play it at the end of the show. And you know what, everybody? I finally went to go get my oil changed too today. I actually went to go get an oil change today. That shit came up to like 135, 140. Let me see how much that shit came up to. Oh, it came up to 130, 129, 129.79. It's because like I said, I drive a Camaro, so yeah. Of course, it's gonna be more than average cars and stuff like that. So yeah, I guess it's justable. Justified. I'm sorry. I do want to hold on. Let me see. Let me give me like 30 seconds, everybody. I'm gonna find that video. Mm, mm. Cause I think this is it right here. All right, so I found the video. All right, I'm gonna play this video at the end. We got a few more videos to watch, and this is gonna be a short show, everybody. So don't worry. We're gonna have time to watch the video. That nigga Kwame ran again when I said money. That nigga ran when I say donations. Shout out to BK, broke Kwame. Me and Woo are from the Turtle Island. You guys are on the other hit. That nigga, I knew he was a fault. Nah, you know where you from, SB? You from them Caucasus Mountains, them Slavic lands, man. Yeah, actually, you know what? I will say this. You have the same. You have similar DNA, like Michelle Wu. You just went through an ethnogenesis. You have the same, but you have the same DNA. Like my baby mother. My baby mother's Asian. You have the same DNA as her. You have similar DNA. You know, there's nothing wrong with it either. This is the thing. You act like there's something wrong with being half Asian. That's why you're Slavics. You're not real indigenous Americans. You know, so don't ever take that as an insult. Just take it as what I'm saying. What it is. You know, it's not an insult. Booger King. Nigga say he's a Booger King. Yeah, y'all walling out. This is why I like to have shows like this. We might not get a whole bunch of views, but me doing this show twice a week, yeah, we'll get that. Give me a second. So all of a sudden, Soy Boy is Mauricio, a fucking liar. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you being Slavic, SP. Don't get mad about people calling you donation is like garlic to blood sucking Kwame. So don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. Also, when you do comment in the live chat, share, and also subscribe because if you're not a subscriber, you can't be in the live chat. Let me see if I made this one like that. Give me a second. Mm, yeah, now it is. Yeah, you can't be in a live chat if you're not a subscriber. So subscribe, and share as well. Sharing is a big part of this show too. So yeah, definitely do that. I will say this too. Like I always tell people all the time with Michelle, people who's in the Michelle Wu house, there's always and I had this dentist lady, her name was Angela Wu too. She was cute too. Asian girl who worked on my teeth at BU. Cute Asian girl too. And you know me, Asian girls is alright. They're not to me. I like black women. I always have went out with black women, even if they were from a different ethnicity. I love dark skinned women. I will say this. This Asian girl, she was white as fuck though. I like the Camaro in 1980s. I got a 14 2014. Are you a professor of the voice? Me? No, I'm not a professor. I got my degree in web development and entrepreneurship. So, yeah. Or are you talking about Dorsey? Oh, nice. That's good to know. Uh, this stupid fuck pretends to be an educator, but he has ever contributed anything of substance. Ooh. Mm. Y'all throwing out some good chats, man. I'm looking at it now, man. Y'all doing y'all thing. Shout out to all of y'all, man. I'm gonna say this too about Michelle. To me, for 3 years, I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt to do something for the black community. That symbolic gesture that her and Token Presley did, I have a problem with. And the reason why I have a problem with it because at the end of the day, they're trying to do that not to pay black Americans. But they could give all these people from other countries $5,000 a month. A lot of people don't even make 4,000. A lot of people don't make 3,500 a month. I make more than 3,500 a month, but I'm just saying most people don't. Most people don't. So at the end of the day, that's a slap in the face to Black Americans, even white people, Irish people in Boston that has done a lot in Boston. And I'm gonna say this: we don't get along with each other in Boston, the Irish and the blacks. We never got along because at the end of the day, this has always been tensions when these Irish was identified as white now. Once they identified themselves as white and they were into the white community, this is when they turned on Black Americans. So I'm gonna make that perfectly clear. I'm gonna make that shit perfectly fucking clear. So it's not like, oh yeah, we got along in the 30s and the 50s. No, nigga. That's why you're hearing about the Marky Mark thing when he and the thing about it, why didn't punk ass Ping Fu say anything about Mark Wahlberg when he was beating the brakes off of Asian people? You know, and I think he did that to a Black American. So it's not like, yo, this ain't nothing new. This is history. This is what actually that go. I'm a history professor at a local university. Yeah, right. SP, stop fucking lying. Shout out to you, man, but you be lying, man. His nigga say he's a history professor. Oh shit, he's a history professor at a preschool. Shout out to SP, man. You crazy though. But yeah, like we never really got along with Irish people in Boston. It has never been like that. Were there some Irish that got along with black people? Yeah, absolutely. Like Mark Wahlberg's brother. Mark Wahlberg's band, New Kids on the Block, used to perform at all black schools, elementary, middle school, high schools, and stuff like that. I have heard that, so it's. I'm not gonna say he was running around with his brother doing the dumb shit because I have no evidence of Donnie doing that. So and the thing about it, I'm gonna give this is what I'm gonna say about Mark Wahlberg. Marky Mark, I give you the benefit of the doubt because at the end of the day, you have changed. We have seen the progress and the work that you have put in. But the thing about it, I'm gonna say this: you don't need no fucking gun. You don't need no fucking firearm. I'm just gonna be personally honest. I will feel uncomfortable with you with a fucking firearm. I will feel uncomfortable just because of the bullshit that you went through as a child, and you pleaded guilty on a hate crime. So, yeah, it's like me. If I butchered somebody and I apologize, they let me out of jail and all this stuff. Would you feel comfortable with me with a knife, a butcher's knife in my hand? Hell no. You'd be like, fuck no. I know that shit was like 25 years ago. You have changed. But my nigga, you don't need no butcher knife. My godson's granddaughter is a multi-discipline college professor. He earned his doctorate and even teaches pre-med students. He's from SoCal, but also has a Turner and IU. That's good. Congratulations to your grandson. Your grandfather, my fault. Your grandfather. Okay, you're a nepotism, baby. Yo, SP. I'm gonna kick you back in a little bit, but you're considered a DEI hire, man. Let me find out, SP, you're DEI hired. I'm fucking with you, D. I'm just fucking with you, SP. The Colts are the original inhabitant of the British. I don't know, man. I don't get into that Irish. That's if let me tell you something, SP. If you want to talk about that with somebody, you got to talk about that with Dorsey. Dorsey's a historian. He's a historian. So yeah, definitely that'll be a conversation with y'all. And that would be dope to have both of y'all on my show and y'all can just politic about history. Definitely that'll be dope. Soy boy. What that got to do with your dumb ass? But yeah, she's a token, man. Let's finish through this.
In its demonstration, but I would say the fear mongering, the xenophobia, and the mis and disinformation is no less harmful.
Mayor Wu said multiple times that she feels like comprehensive immigration reform needs to be put in place. Can a hearing like this move us towards that goal? Do you see any productive particles?
Well, I think this hearing is helpful, especially when Mayor Wu is pushing back so effectively on the mis and disinformation.
I don't think they'll push. I don't think they'll push that because they're trying to get people out this country right now. There's too many. I'm not gonna say the United States is overpopulated, but when it comes to the resources, yes. Coming through the laws and people coming here illegally, yes. So they're gonna push back on that, especially where what's going on, YouTubian? Salute, player. Especially when they're giving resources, Black Americans resources, white resources, Asian resources, Latino resources to immigrants that are just coming into this country. So you're giving people, and I'm gonna talk about people of different ethnicities who are paying their taxes. Cause don't forget the reason why a lot of these people are even making money because they're making money under the table. Yes, a lot of people make money under the table. So it's excuse me. It comes with the territory. Yeah, Boston mayor. Yeah. She's horrible. I'm gonna say this. She's top five, one of the worst mayors we ever have. She's turning Boston into a tourism. And this is why a lot of these people are actually getting shot out here. Y'all elected in orange. The immigrants did. The immigrants elected her in. Most of us didn't elect us in. That's why if you ever see her take, if you ever see who's in office with her, you see it's all people of immigrant backgrounds. So it's understandable. The only person who voted her in that I think is Black American or a foundational Black American is this girl right here. I call her Token Presley, but her name is Ayanna Presley. So yeah. We didn't vote her in. Most black people didn't even vote. If you ever ask a black person, oh, like, who did you vote for? Did you vote, nigga? And I must be personally honest. I would have voted for John Kraft, even though his uncle is a fucking pervert and he be going to those fucking Asian brothels. Yes, John Kraft. What's his name? The motherfucker who owns New England Patriots. Yeah, he be going into those brothels. So yeah, yeah.
Information and affirming that immigration is essential to the success of the city of Boston, but really all of our cities. Immigrants are providing essential early education and childcare for our babies. They're caring for patients. They're driving taxis.
And I'm gonna say this: they're the worst. The ones in the hospitals are the worst. Most of them are the worst. And there's some good ones. I used to date this little Puerto Rican girl. I forgot what she does. She's like 4'11". Um, she works in Boston Medical right now. And like, yo, she be doing her thing. She's a good worker. I nigga, when I was selling weed, when I was selling weed, like yeah, this is the type of shit that I, she was working hard. But these other ones, oh no, they're the worst. Nigga, let me tell you something. My grandmother is in a nursing home because of my mother, and this is why me and my mother have a problem. My grandmother fell at least 5, 10 times, and she hasn't been there for a whole year. My grandmother fell like 10 times and ended up in the hospital. And I've been to my auntie. I was like, "There's no way in hell when all of y'all niggas. She got She has 5 kids. Ain't no way in hell that she should be in a fucking nursing home." I told my auntie that. Or was your mother's decision? This is why we have the, and I told my mother, I told my auntie, I was like, this is why we have the relationship that me and my mother has. And I say, and I told people this. I was like, "Yo, she could do that to my grandmother. Just make sure she knows that, like, if my little brother don't take her, she might be going somewhere. She might not be living with me. I love my mother, but yeah, what you did to my grandmother, yeah, that is greasy. You know, my mother was a piece of work, sewing fabric. My pa said farmer. I sought education because I understand the sacrifice that they made. Oh, that's good. That's good, SP. But I'll say this, SP. You growing up in this era now is different. Um, a lot of people think they're entitled. They're entitled because of your parents and other people's parents' sacrifices. But there's one thing I've been warning you for the last 8 months, 8, 9 months. I say you gotta police your people, because if not, people is gonna make it as a collective. I have told you that. I have been telling you that ever since I met you. I said they're gonna make it a collective, but this is the biggest problem that your people have is holding people accountable. Y'all never held anybody accountable, and this is why things is going left with your people. You know, it's not that y'all are not hard workers in America, because we know y'all are not hard workers in your country. And it's probably because y'all don't have a lot of opportunities, but the opportunities that y'all do have, you know, like I'm gonna give you an example. SP, my great granddaddy was born in 1892. He worked on a farm all his life. He made something of himself all his life. Um, and stuff. What you do, my grandfather has been doing for probably 70 years, 60, 70 years. He's been doing ever since he was young. And when people tell us that story, and I'm gonna be personally honest, when people tell us that story, it's nothing. It's like, okay. Like my great granddaddy been doing that shit when he was like 12 until he was like 80. You gotta understand also too, SP, a lot of these people be working for 50, 60 years doing that type of job. Oh, why are you getting it's not get I'm not being disrespectful, SP. I'm saying this is how people look at it. When you say people make sacrifices, it's not a sacrifice. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do, SP. When you have kids, this is what you're supposed to do. I'm not like me. I don't get brownie points because I pick up my kids every day because I take care of my kids and stuff. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's what I'm supposed to do because I'm a father. I chose to have babies. You know, like, and everybody always say, "Oh, Rosalind, you're a good father. You're a good father." Nigga, that's what I'm supposed to do. You know, I'm supposed to do that, SB. It's not about being disrespectful. I would never be disrespectful because it just doesn't get me nowhere. But I do have to be honest. That's what your parents were supposed to do. They were supposed to, Oh, Dorsey? Oh, that's you and Dorsey. Y'all from like I get the tension. I personally do get the tension. First of all, y'all both are from California, so y'all both see what goes on in California. Boston is a little bit different. This stuff right here, this is our Byron Donalds of Boston, you know, if y'all understand. So
building businesses, they're running restaurants,
oh,
and so I think it effectively.
shout out to is that E Will? Oh, shout out to E Will. Thanks for the cause, player. Salute, salute.
Makes that case, and I continue to introduce into the official record studies and articles that speak to the impact on our economy and culture and civic life if these mass deportations do take place.
Does the city get its budget towards immigration?
I can't give you. I can't.
And
you
I'm gonna say this since she said that. There are a lot of black people in America. I mean, black people in Boston looking for jobs. There are black people in Boston looking for jobs. They don't give jobs to black people because at the end of the day, they're gonna have to pay black people, and that's the issue with Boston. She's always talking about, oh yeah, they're good for the community. No, it's just because y'all don't want to pay Boston. You always trying to. I'm gonna say this, and this is just people in Boston. A lot of these people, these business owners, they're always trying to shorthand somebody. I had this guy I used to work with. He was a small hat actually too. He was always trying to shorthand somebody. There was a lady who's walked out on her because she was getting paid what $10 an hour for the last 15 years. You know, they were always trying to shorthand somebody and not pay nobody and always had an issue. That's why when Obama pushed the wager up and Joe Biden pushed the wager up, and I salute them for that, but they started inflation. So it doesn't really make no sense because it's kind of like you're making the same thing and still have to pay the same amount of prices that you was paying for when the prices went up. So yeah, if you don't back your milk dud head. They getting on Ayana today.
guys too much sightline into my question line. So, you know,
Did the city get its money's worth for some expensive preparation, but she's performed well?
again, she's. I knew she would meet the moment, but so far, I think she's actually exceeding it.
What do you think about some of the Republican criticism that you're hearing? Do you think that how generally the mayors are responding to that?
Yeah, well, again, the Republican critiques are predictable because they are shrouded in a xenophobic outlook and fear mongering, and not in data and information and real facts. And that's why it's important that we do continue to push back substantively, which is why I continue to introduce into the record articles that substantiate and prove that immigration is essential to the success of our.
I don't know if she had alopecia, but she had some type of disease and she had to cut off all her hair. And she never grew it back. She's had braids and everything. Like 8 years ago, she had braids. She had long hair and everything. That's not that type of disease. I know what you're talking about, Ray Ray. I met a girl. I met this Irish girl. She didn't have no hair, no eyebrows, nor nothing. And her coochie hair, she didn't have no hair on that too. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm from Dallas, and I'm happy I don't see these motherfuckers out here. Yeah, because you're from a your country is more conservative. My state is very liberal. I will say that. So you are right, YouTubian. You come from a conservative state. Your state is consider a Bible thumping state. But it's still conservative. Um, I'm joking on her with a passion. Shout out to Bomb's Legacy. So yeah, I get what you're coming from. Dallas is. I'm gonna say this. Dallas has this dope type of history. I love Dallas. I'm talking about from the Alamo. Uh, can I get 5 minutes? So yeah, can I get 5 minutes from California? And Soy Boy is my neighbor. Can I get 5 minutes since yeah. All right, let me finish. Let me finish two more videos, and yes, I'll let you talk. I'll give you 5 minutes to talk. Give me a second.
Last night, can I ask you about the speech last night? You walked
Rep, if I
out
could just
of the
ask.
speech last night.
Sharman, you can take that up.
Okay.
If I could just ask, some of your colleagues have talked about referring criminal charges over this matter. Is that what's next here?
Well, listen, I don't underestimate this administration, they continue to push the bounds of what is criminality, to stoke the flames of fear mongering, of demonizing our neighbors, our loved ones, our communities, and the cities that we love. So again, I'm just proud of our mayor and her vigorous defense of our city, and that she is telling the accurate story of the vitality and the vibrance, and also that this is the safest.
I'm gonna say this too. Boston is a state where a lot of people get deported. I'm gonna be personally honest. A lot of people get deported back to their country from Boston, so this isn't new. It's taco. So I will say this. What's going on, J Money? Salute, salute. Keep our black dollar. That's our movement. Invest in black business. Facts. Facts. You know what? I'm gonna put that up right now. I'm gonna skip a few, y'all. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm gonna put that they going crazy in the live chat. But yeah. I'll say this. In Boston, yeah, they're deporting a lot of people, but they've been doing this shit before this ICE shit started. Once it's like, I'm gonna be personally honest. A lot of these Dominicans, these Cape Verdeans, these um West Indians, they were out here shooting people and stuff like that. And after they get out, they deport them. They can't come back to America. A lot of these Cape Verdeans got deported back to Cabo Verde. So it's off the border of Africa. So it's a lot of these people are getting deported. I'm talking about kids I grew up with that are Cape Verdean. They're getting deported. So this is, like I said, this is why what's her name? Tiana Fernandez got her citizenship because she was doing cricket shit. They can't. I'm gonna be personally honest. If she didn't have her citizenship, she would have been got deported back to Africa. I mean, back to Cape Verde. And her husband, and she's married, but it's just her husband's doing life without parole because he killed somebody in 2002. So that's why I was like, yo, this bitch ain't getting no type of pussy and no type of dick or anything. And she's Muslim, nigga. Hell yeah, and she's Cape Verdean. Cape Verdean girls like to fuck. I will tell you that Cape Verdean girls like to fuck. That's why they be having mad kids. There's niggas out here be having like 8, 9 kids because, it's crazy, especially the women, man. They like to fuck out here, man. I'll tell you who's Cape Verdean in the celebrity world. Benzino. Benzino is not black. He's Cape Verdean. He's off the border of Africa. A lot of those Cape Verdeans don't consider themselves black. The reason why Benzino talked the way he talked because he hung around a lot of black people. Oh, they're light skinned and they're dark skinned. Yeah, they come in all types of shades. They're like black Americans, but in Cape Verde, there's a light side and there's a dark side of Cape Verdeans. That's why you see they'll be light brown with green eyes and curly coil hair and stuff. Like, yeah, that's how they come out. Some will have long, thin hair like a white woman. Yeah, there's two sides of Cape Verde. There's a light side and there's a dark side. I think Cabo Verde is a light side. Like Benzino's Cape Verdean. You could tell he looks kind of black, but you like, yo, he's mixed with something. And I think Benzino, yeah, that Benzino. And I can't defend that because, like, yo, I kicked the niggas back in myself about that shit. Hey, Zeno girl, how you doing? Yeah, Benzino got caught with that shit. There's a few. Let me tell you something. There's a few Cape Verdes around Roxbury that got caught with some transgenders. Yeah, there was one dude they call him gay guy. Yo, he was out here. Yo, he got head from a transgender. His own people called him out on it. Started calling him gay guy. Yeah, I ain't gonna tell you the man's name because I'm not gonna embarrass him like that. But yeah, there's a lot of people who like transgenders and stuff like that. It'd be like that. What's going on, Spence? Salute, salute. Amber Rose is Cape Verdean too. She's like Cape Verdean and white. She's Cape Verdean and white. So yeah, that's why That's why I always tell people she's not black. Stop calling her black. She's Cape Verdean. Because they went through their own. That nigga was crying over that transform. Oh, Benzino, yeah, yeah. And the funny thing about it is because he was making a movie with her, not an adult movie, but he was in a movie with her, and he was trying to figure out what it is, and the bitch pulled her card on him. Yeah, the nigga pulled the card on him. So yeah, Dallas chick robbed my peeps for some major bread, and he's from Harlem. Don't sleep on Dallas. Yeah, Dallas. Yeah, Dallas gets busy out there, man. Yeah. Don't forget, everybody totes guns in Dallas too, man. Like how I be toting guns in Boston because I got my license. They do that on a whole different level in Dallas. Nigga, all down to stuff. But yo, when I was in Alabama, I was toting like 3 guns on me. I got one on my leg. I got two on the side, one on this side, one on the other. No, I had one on this side. I had one right here with the strap. Yeah. Yo, my cousin used to carry his AR-15 all through Walmart. That's how. Yeah, them niggas they're different down south, man. Like I had like 3 guns on me, but like this nigga had to sling with the AR going through Walmart getting bread and milk. Yeah, niggas is niggas get robbed out there. Yeah, when you get robbed, you gotta be careful down south. So yeah. And whoever gave me the Cash App, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Salute, salute. But yeah, be proud of your own Mexican land. Yeah, facts. Be proud of your own Mexican land, man. I agree with you, man. But let's finish this. So yeah.
Big city in America.
Representative, to that effect, she shamed Tom Homan and his comment about bringing hell to Boston. Just your reaction to that, and again, going back to how she's engaging with federal authorities.
Well, I think Mayor Wu and all the Democratic mayors push back effectively on that. Nobody wants anyone bringing hell to the city. They want leaders that want to bring peace, that want to bring prosperity and safety, and those are all things that have happened under Mayor Wu's leadership.
Representative, Mayor Wu in her opening remarks mentioned empty pews. She mentioned empty schoolrooms. What stories are you hearing from people in your district that are sharing similar fears with you?
Yeah, thank you for asking about that. I mean, that's the thing. We are a little over a month into
Stop coddling her,
Trump
man.
Elders who are carrying all of their medications around for fear that they could suddenly be detained or deported. I've had conversations with parents that are schooling their children on what to do if they return home, and they're not there.
Facts.
So it's heartbreaking, it's devastating. It definitely has had a chilling effect, and there is a real fear, and that fear is resulting in people.
Nah, Cape Verdeans. I'm gonna give that to Cape Verdeans, and you touch them bitches get pregnant. Yeah, nigga, I got like 2 Cape Verdean girls pregnant, man. Yeah, that's yeah, nigga. Them bitches is fertile, nigga. They're super fertile. That's why I say you touch them, they get pregnant.
Not showing up at their places of worship and their places of work, and our children not showing up at schools. And again, we all suffer for that.
We're just gonna, if we can just have everybody, if we can just face this way. Yeah. So we'll have a.
Stand right here. We'll still make sure everyone gets their question. But can you just take we'll let everyone get a good shot. Thank you.
Can I just ask you about walking out last night? Why you chose to do that, and what your thoughts were about
Claire, a probationary federal worker who enforced fair housing laws at Housing and Urban Development. I briefly.
What your thoughts were about the president's speech.
Okay, first I want to say that I briefly attended because I wanted to honor my guest, Claire, a probationary federal worker who enforced fair housing laws at Housing and Urban Development, who was terminated on Valentine's Day from a job that she was damn good at and loved, and which is a disservice to the people in the communities that she served. She is also a manual wheelchair user, and because she navigated many inconveniences and ableist environments to be my guest for the State of the Union. I wanted to honor her because her whole life has been upended, and yet she still wanted to come here and advocate for herself and other federal workers. So I took my seat to honor my guest, Claire from Everett. But I knew I would not stay long. We were in the chamber where January 6th insurrectionists desecrated, violated January 6th, a day where people were maimed, injured, died. And Donald Trump pardoned the very people that desecrated that chamber. Furthermore, he has no respect for Congress as a co-equal branch of government. Taking action. That undermine our constitutional authority, Congress with the power of the purse. You cannot just stand up randomly agencies like the so-called Department of Government Efficiency Union, even under Trump's first, and dignify
the police officers, first responders, city workers, the faith leaders, teachers, parents, and neighbors who partner every day to make Boston the safest major city in the nation. And I'm proud every day to work alongside the greatest police commissioner in the nation, Commissioner Michael Cox. Every year since I took office, we've set a new record low for Michael Cox. Every year since I took office, we've set a new record low for gun violence in Boston. Last year, Boston saw the fewest homicides on record in the last 70 years. Those are the facts. And behind these record lows are historic highs. The most ever young people working paid summer jobs, the most pre-K seats at no cost to families, the most affordable housing built in a generation. We have invested in the kinds of opportunities that cultivate prosperity and eradicate crime. And the laws on our books promote the kind of community trust that keeps all of us safe. In Boston, our police department resources and taxpayer dollars go towards preventing and solving crimes. And when it comes to criminal matters, the Boston Police partner every day with state and federal law enforcement. But Massachusetts state law and the Boston Trust Act make clear that immigration is federal law enforcement's responsibility. We are the safest major city in the country because our gun laws are the strongest in the nation, because our officers have built relationships over decades, and because
All right, my fault. The Boston that she's talking about is not Boston. Okay, cool. The Boston that she's talking about is not Boston. The Boston she's talking about is a clown circus right now. All those people who made Boston Boston, she kicked them out and sent them to another city. That's why she raised the taxes and tried to blame Trump for that shit. No, this shit been going on for probably like 4 or 5 years ever since she got in office. Was it a little bit with Marty Walsh? Yes. That's why he left as quick, fast, and Ricky Bobby. But she executed the taxes going up. I'm gonna say this: the taxes that we would have paid for an apartment is 2 times more now. You're paying $2,000-3,000 just to live in a 1 or 2 bedroom. You know, so it's like I said, it always has been her. I don't care that they hate us for 420 years. Yeah, facts. I'll agree with that. You're YouTubian, but she fucked Boston up, and I'm gonna say, like I said, you look at her community. Her community hasn't changed. Her community hasn't changed. The same people who were there 80 years ago are still there in Chinatown. Them stores that were there 50 years ago are still there. What she did, she erased everybody out of Boston and put these people of her culture in our communities. And I'm gonna say this: a lot of those people who own these liquor stores and stuff like that, they were people of color. They were black. Because you know why? Black people wouldn't go there. Black people wouldn't go there. So I'm telling you, she's doing this. This is all her will doing. And at the end of the day, if I have to put this out here, if I have to look guilty for saying what's really actually going on and what she's lying about, yes. Yes, she's lying. She's lying about Boston. She erased Boston. She destroyed the community that made it a community. While not Thomas Edison, Jesus Christ. Why Tom Menino or former Mayor Thomas Menino put his blood, sweat, and tears in it for 25 years. She destroyed the motherfucker within 5. Within 5 years, she destroyed Boston. She thinks she's bringing more money into Boston because she's building these buildings. No, you're not. You're destroying Boston. Multi-edit, multitask bronze. You want me? I will. Bob's legacy. Well, you can't hear me. Let me see if you can't hear me. She thinks she's bringing more money Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm being personally honest. She's destroying Boston. She's making it hard for people to have a living in Boston. Let's put it this way: if I have to go to Boston to work, why are you raising the rent on me? So I have to move. So I have to make a longer drive. I have to make a longer drive just so I can get to Boston, just to make a check. Then I gotta pay for transportation because I can't drive down there. I can't drive to Boston. I'm gonna be stuck in traffic. So what is it?
All of our residents can trust that when they call 911 in the event of an emergency or to report a crime, help will come. This federal administration's approach is undermining that trust. In the past month, I've met with residents and faith leaders in community centers and places of worship, asking my constituents what they want Congress to know. And what I heard over and over again was fear and frustration. I spoke with pastors whose pews are half empty on Sundays, doctors whose patients are missing appointments, teachers whose students aren't coming to class, neighbors afraid to report crimes in their communities, and victims of violence.
I'm gonna say this. You go on mute again. You owe us $50. I'm gonna say this. What this girl's doing? She's lying about people missing appointments because they're immigrants. That's a fucking lie. It's a lie. You know, I'm gonna be personally honest. She's lying about that. If only I'm gonna say this: if people are missing appointments in hospitals or not going to school, it's because you know what? They just got to Boston. These ain't long term. These ain't long time people who have been to Boston that come from these immigrant backgrounds. I'm gonna be personally honest. That's a lie. What she's doing? She's stretching the truth. You know, are there some people who has been here for a long time that that are doing that did some shit like that? Absolutely, but it's rare. Michelle Wu is lying. This is why I say she shouldn't be the mayor. She shouldn't be a mayor at
Who
all.
won't call the police. This federal administration is making hardworking, tax-paying, God-fearing residents afraid to live their lives. A city that's scared is not a city that's safe. A land ruled by fear is not the land of the free. Next month, Boston will celebrate 250 years of our nation's freedom. And in every one of those years, Boston has welcomed the world to our shores. From the English immigrants fleeing religious persecution, to the Irish forced out by famine, to the families from Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Cabo Verde, Vietnam, and so many more.
She meant to say Cagavedu.
Who call to the Irish forced out by famine, to the families from Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Cabo Verde, Vietnam, and so many more who call Boston home today. We are the safest major city in the nation. We are home to the greatest healthcare, the greatest colleges and universities.
They got decent health care. We got the best hospitals. Hold on, what she said that was a lie.
In the nation, we are home to the greatest healthcare, the greatest colleges and universities, the most advanced innovators, and the 2024 world champion Boston Celtics. We are the cradle of democracy and the city of champions. We are all of these things not in spite of our immigrants, but because of them.
See, this is where she's lying at. Was there some? Yeah, there was a good handful of them, but most of these Black Americans made Boston. When the big Mike was it the when everybody started moving up to the East Coast for jobs, it was mostly Black Americans. My both of my grandparents been here since the 50s. I mean, since the 50s. Yes, they have both been here since the 50s. They didn't come in the 60s and 70s. What she's doing is she's stretching the truth. Boston has always been built in the 50s. Did they contribute? Yes, they contribute, but they didn't build Boston. And this is where this lie is coming from. This is why this delineation is happening. This is why Shabuzi got into the situation that he got into because of comments like this. She's lying, and she knows she's lying.
1 in 7 signers of the Declaration of Independence were immigrants. On the last 4 Red Sox rosters to win a World Series, 1 in 5 were immigrants. Of all the faculty at Boston University to have earned a Nobel Prize, all but 1 were immigrants. Today, 1 in 4 Boston residents were born somewhere else. Most have jobs, many have kids.
I'll say this, SP. Boston is kind of mixed. But one thing about Boston, they haven't done anything for black people like that. When they were about to exclude us from everything, we were about to we were going to make Boston our own like state. It was going to be like on some state shit where they wasn't giving us anything and we were going to take our tax money and put it into only that state. What they did was basically gave us what we wanted. We were about to call it Mandela Town in the 80s. So I'm not lying. I'm saying most of these people weren't there. When black people were going through the shit with the Irish and Whitey Bulger, a lot of these Cape Verdeans and these Spanish people weren't there. I'm telling you the truth. When we were going through it with these Irish people in South Boston, a lot of these Cape Verdean, these Caribbeans, these Latinos weren't there. They weren't there. The only person who was probably there as a different ethnicity was probably the Asians. Was probably the Asians. That's it. It wasn't it wasn't a big commodity or collective group of these people that you're thinking of. Were they probably in New York? Yes, they were probably in New York, but not really in Massachusetts like that. We started knowing these people in the 60s and 70s. I'm telling you.
Of them chose this country as their home because, like my mom and dad, they believe that here, where you've been, doesn't limit where you're going. The strength of your character has nothing to do with the color of your passport. And how hard you work matters more than where you were born. That wherever you're from, if you pitch in, look out for your neighbors, and cheer for the home team, you can.
But Boston isn't like that, especially her community. Her community is not like that. Boston isn't like a family. Boston is probably one of the most systematic racist states in the United States. It's probably worse than itself when it comes to systematic. Yeah, Patrice O'Neill is from Boston. He's from Roxbury. I think he's from Roxbury, yes. He's very, very funny. Especially when he plays basketball. He's a good guy. And God rest his soul, shout out to him and his family. But yeah, Patrice, I'm sorry, and you said that before, YouTube. And my apologies, man. My ADD kicked in. Patrice told stories about them Irish kids from yeah, that's how they are. I'm gonna even say this. When black people started going to South Boston High, these white people rioted because they didn't want black people in their community. And that I'm gonna say that this was like in the 60s, 70s. The mid 60s, 70s. This is when some Cape Verdeans were coming in. Some. There wasn't a big collective like right now. There was probably like, at that time, there was probably like 20,000 Cape Verdeans. I'm talking about from Boston, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. There was like 20,000, you know. But there wasn't a lot of them, you know. But yeah, those Waddy Bozier, that's why I said Mark was it Marky Mark? Or Mark Wahlberg, whatever you want to call him, yeah, he was on that racist shit, And this is why I say I give him the benefit of the doubt that he changed. But at the end of the day, niggas don't feel bad that he ain't getting his guns. I feel safer I feel safer with this nigga without guns, So I'm just being personally honest. Donnie is different, and I gotta say that Donnie is different because Donnie was performing in black schools. The new kids on the block, they were performing in black schools. That's their first performance. Were in black schools. They were new edition. They were new edition. They were the white new edition. They couldn't dance like New Kids on the. They couldn't dance like New Edition, but yo, for white people, they did what they were supposed to do. I'm not gonna say, oh, whoa, they were, yada yada. No, nigga, they did what they were supposed to do as white people. They were a pop group. New Edition was R&B. They were the last Mohegans of the doo-wops. Let me finish this video. You could call in.
Build a better future here for the people you love. So to every one of my neighbors back in Boston, know this. You belong here. This is your home. Boston es tu hogar. Boston, c'est la caillou. 这是你的家. This is our city. We are the safest major city in the nation because we are safe for everyone.
Cap.
Thank you.
Mayor Wu, I quoted Tom Homan, the so-called border czar, saying that he wanted to bring hell. He was bringing hell to the city of Boston. What did you understand him to mean by that?
Let's talk about Tom Homan. Shame on him for lying about my city, for having the nerve to insult our police commissioner who has overseen the safest Boston's been in anyone's lifetime.
It's because she's kicking people out of Boston. She's doing integration. She is the queen of Boston integration. That's what she is. Michelle Wu is the queen of she's the queen of Boston integration. Yes, that's what she is. She integrated Boston, her and Marty Walsh. So I'm not gonna give her no credit for making Boston safe after you just integrated. That's like me saying like I kicked everybody who used to live there out and I put all rich people in there. Of course it's gonna be fucking safe. I'm gonna put all college kids in there. It's gonna be fucking safe. What the fuck is she talking about? This is the type of shit. Now let's ask about her community. All the brothels that go on in the community. All the human trafficking. All the sex traffickings. We don't want to talk about that because that's a part of Boston. We're not going to talk about what happened 2 months ago in Boston when they just raided a fucking a brothel, a massage parlor. Like, nigga, this was going on in her community, not Boston, in her community. In her community. Because her community never changed. They've been doing that shit since the 70s and the 80s. Those brothels, human trafficking people over here to do happy endings and all that stuff to get extra money. Yeah. This is what goes on in her community. I'm not going to lie. I have heard stories about her community. And shout out to some of those niggas because they don't really fuck with black people. But they don't want black people in their fucking community. Nigga, like I said, I went to go get food. They gave me the smallest fucking piece ever. But when I had my boy call in with his little white voice, I had damn near a whole fucking half of a fucking duck.
Bring him here under oath and let's ask him some questions. I am here to make sure that the city of Boston is safe. Others may want to bring hell. We are here to bring peace to cities everywhere.
We're the ones that have that. We just heard we want a comprehensive immigration policy. How can you get a comprehensive immigration policy when you're defining it from the very get-go? You're building it on false premises and false tenets.
Mm-hmm.
Respectfully, Congressman, you could pass bipartisan legislation, and that would be comprehensive immigration law. The false narrative is that immigrants in general are criminals or immigrants in general cause all sorts of danger and harm. That is
in the policy. What he's trying to say is that people who are not legal here don't need to be here. I think Michelle Wu should have said, like, yo, if you make better policies for people to get their citizenships, this would not be a problem. This would not be a problem. This wouldn't be an immigrant problem. This will just be you not being lazy and trying to get your citizenship. That's the thing. That's what she has to understand. She's not understanding that. She's come, and this is why I always tell y'all all the time. A lot of these immigrants don't have black experience. They have immigrant experiences. Because what she's talking about is an immigrant experience, but we're talking about an American experience. In this country, you should not be able to do that in this country if you can't do that shit in your own country. You cannot do it. You're not supposed to do that shit in this country. If you can't do that in your own country, what gives? And this is why I said this is entitlement. Why would you think it's all right to do this in this country and you can't do that in your own country? That's a problem.
In our communities, if you wanted to make us safe, pass gun reforms. Stop cutting Medicaid.
The guns aren't the problem. That's the thing. Guns aren't the problem. The problem, and I'm gonna say this: the problem isn't guns. We got the strictest laws in America. Boston has the strictest laws in America. So her talking about gun laws don't mean shit because she's lying again. It has never been about gun laws. Most of these niggas don't have guns. Most of these people don't have permits or license to carry. Most niggas don't have their LTC license. I have an LTC license. A lot of people don't have that. A nigga, and the people who do have LTC license, they know how to carry, they know how to fuck with guns. So what is she talking about? That's the question. What is she talking about?
Stop cutting cancer research. Stop cutting funds for veterans. That is what will make our city safe.
Are you willing to go to jail for violating federal law?
The city of Chicago complies with all laws.
Oh, I highly doubt that. Mayor Wu?
We are not violating federal law.
Mayor Wu, I have a last couple questions for you. Do you believe that ICE arresting a child rapist, quote, threatens everyone's safety, end quote? Yes or no?
No.
Does ICE arresting a murderous MS-13 gang member threaten everyone's safety? Yes or no?
No.
I would like to hold up this quote of you where you say, ICE's efforts actually threaten the safety of everyone, end quote, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. You're a hypocrite. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent request. Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent request.
Here go Token Presley.
I'd like to
Token Presley.
enter into the record this article, and I'll do this as a survivor of sexual violence myself. This is from Courts, March 2018.
Without objection, so ordered.
Data from Texas shows that U.S.-born
Without objection, so ordered. We've put it in the record.
I haven't entered it.
You have what?
Mr. Chair, can I have several articles. I need to enter them. Let me just go ahead with what the articles are. What they speak to.
Token Presley.
Article.
Let me proceed. Data from Texas shows that U.S.-born Americans
that
commit more rape
Presley,
and murder than immigrants.
Listen, this trend.
This is the thing I have a problem with. When you're trying to combine, when you're trying to compare Americans to immigrants, there's an issue. What people do in America, niggas go to jail for. If you do that in this country, you shouldn't be in this country. Why are you trying to compare that? That shit just doesn't make sense. Why would you even do that? Like we know that. We know whites, the statistics says whites commit more sexual assaults and rapes in America. We know that. But at the end of the day, we're talking about people who are here illegally. People we don't know their background. People we don't know why are they even over here. What's the reason why they're over here? They just got off the border and they just jumped on a bus and y'all just shipped them here. That's what y'all did. So this is where the problems is happening. This is where, like, yo, you know what? We got to talk about that. Why are you trying? We shouldn't be talking about what Americans is doing. We're talking about the immigration problem. You know, because she's just trying to change the topic.
You all trying to get thrown out of committee so you can get on MSNBC is going to end. We're not going to put up with it.
This is
Chair
my procedural
Mr.
right as a
Subramaniam.
member of this committee.
You can go. You can go with Mr. Frost and Mr. Green.
I am reclaiming my time.
That's what you want. No.
Token Presley.
I've been very.
That's why I call her Token Presley.
Very accommodating to you, Mr. Subramaniam.
And I take particular umbrage as a survivor of sexual violence. I will enter into the record. This is my right.
Token Presley.
No.
Token Presley.
Mr. Subramaniam.
Mr. Chair.
No, you know the process of unanimous consent.
Token Presley.
You are
So
not.
I'm telling you.
Several articles to enter into the record.
Mayor Wu, in the city of Boston, how much did you spend?
We don't ask about immigration status.
You don't ask about how much money the city of Boston has spent on.
Hold up, everybody. Let's listen to it again.
Record.
Token Brian.
In the city of Boston, how much did you spend?
We don't ask about immigration status and delivering city
You don't
services,
ask
so
about
we
how
don't
much
have
money
that
the city of Boston has spent on illegal immigration.
We
Are
don't
you out of your
distinguish
mind?
between immigration status.
Do you
as
manage
part
your
of our
budget
city
or
policy.
not, Mayor Wu?
That is how we keep
Mayor
our city
Wu, do
safe.
you manage
we
your
have
budget or
the
not?
numbers to prove it. I manage my budget. I have a AAA bond rating dating back 10 years.
So to the city of Boston,
budget.
just understand that your mayor does not care how much of your resources she has spent
Told
on
you.
people who are not citizens
The city
of
of Boston
the city of
is
Boston.
sick of having people
reclaiming my
outside
time.
Here we go. Here we
Mr.
go.
Mayor, I have a question.
Mayor Wu, the other day you stunningly expressed sympathy for the man responsible for the knife attack, not the brave officer.
That's the dude I was.
Where is the sympathy for the men and women in law enforcement trying to keep us safe?
Congressman,
Where
check your
is this?
facts.
It's my time.
Check your facts. Watch the
It's-
video.
It's my
I
time.
did not express sympathy
Yeah,
for
you
that
did.
Where is the
individual, but for
sympathy
their
for the
family.
victims?
And any individual
I haven't
whose
asked
life
you a
is
question.
She did. She did. She did. She did. Hey, Pink Fu, your cousin did that. Yeah, she did. This motherfucker went out here, catching bodies. She had sympathy for him and his family.
lost is a
It's
tragedy.
appalling to me that we even have to ask for sympathy for victims instead of violent criminals.
I said it.
Mayor Wu, in the Boston area alone, Tom Homan said there are at least 9 accused child rapists.
That is
who
inaccurate.
local
That is
authorities-
false.
my time.
That is false.
Local
I'd like
authorities
to see the
refused to
facts
turn
on
over
that.
to
Again,
US
put him under
Immigration
oath and ask the
Customs
questions
Enforcement.
here.
How could you do that to your citizens? It sounds like you care more about your politics than the safety of your citizens. Imagine the parents of those children abused by
These
someone
your
you all
peoples.
released into society.
Congressman, our
It
safety
could have been
statistics
prevented.
are the lowest in the country.
So Dorsey, if you want to call in, you could call in right now. I give you 5 minutes because I'm on time. Because I got one more video that I do want to watch. Give me a second. Erasure Boston. We'll do this one right here. You could call in. About the video. Oh shit! Let me open up the floodgates. So yeah, the floodgates is open. There we go.
Call from.
Yo, what's going on, Dorsey?
Hey, morning, Bronze. How you doing, bro?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, I see you guys in Boston got the same problems we have here in LA, right?
Yep.
See, we got Karen Bass, and Bass ain't her real motherfucking name. Her maiden name is motherfucking Mexican. Her grandfather was Mexican, and he brainwashed her into thinking that, your Latino heritage is more important than your African American, because she's Afro-Latino.
Oh.
So she been brainwashed to think that Mexicans are the shit, right?
Or
So
superior. Superior.
Yeah. So what happened is,
Oh yeah,
when she
before hold on,
became mayor,
before you start, I call them African Latinos, not Afro Latinos. The reason why I call them African Latinos is because they got more African culture than us.
yeah. So as far as Ping, your bitch ass was in prison. You was a political prisoner and you escaped. You was a boat person, nigga. Don't come with me with that bullshit. You hopped on a slow boat to the Philippine Islands and then you applied for Canadian citizenship.
Mm.
So you are basically a political motherfucking refugee, Ping. So please don't come to me with your bullshit. Your daddy in prison, motherfucker, because he's a political motherfucking criminal. Don't project your shit on me.
All right, yo, keep on going.
See,
I'll be right
that's why
back.
you
Keep on going.
see
I'll be right
that's
back.
why your ass is bitter because you a quitter. You quit motherfucking fighting for freedom and you ran your bitch ass to Canada. Now you miserable because all you got is snow and ice up there. See, you wish you could come to America, but we done told your ass you not allowed because you are unsavory type of Asian. You a broke ass, bat wing eating motherfucker. COVID. You are rampant with disease. That's why you so happy in Canada with the free medical to get rid of all them diseases you came over with. Nigga, you had worms. Nigga, you had worms when you came to motherfucking Canada. Stop lying, Ping. We know your history. We know you're a little Chinese, but you're not even Canadian. You're not even a native Canadian, nigga. You are transplant. So you don't. The reason why you so miserable in Canada because motherfucker, you not native, and they remind you of that shit every. You know, you tried to play as Eskimo. The motherfucking Eskimos say, man, if you don't get your monkey ass out of here with that bullshit, you probably got beat up at a couple of bars and shit too. Especially if you was in Edmonton. Edmonton, an oil town, and they don't like Asians at motherfucking all. To be honest, most white Canadians don't like you motherfuckers. And then to be honest again, most motherfucking blacks are FBAs that migrated from America during to escape slavery. They don't like your motherfucking ass. Because to be honest, when we look at Canadians, we don't see not one motherfucking Chinaman and none of they goddamn TV broadcasts. Every Canadian show we have ever watched has either been one black and all white or no blacks. But one thing they can never say is we seen an Asian. Y'all ain't even got motherfucking TV anchor jobs. That's what we talking about, Ping. You's a nobody. You a non-existent motherfuckers. Canadians don't even like you motherfuckers. They rather have them Blasians, the motherfuckers from Pakistan, India and shit, rather than you little white slant-eyed motherfucking sneaky ass, sex peddling, motherfuckers, human trafficking type motherfuckers. Nah, don't nobody like you, Ping. That's why you on this show. Why ain't you fucking with Canadian shows? Oh no, because you know they will find and hunt your little bitch ass down. I hope the motherfucking Mounties hunt your little motherfucking ass down because you's a pervert. All you want to do is try to sex play motherfuckers because you's a little horny motherfucker. You probably work in a motherfucking Asian sex shop anyway. Anything else plug you back? I'm sorry, bronze you back. Okay, well, good. Because, Ping, I ain't even started on your monkey ass. But I'm going to put you on the back burner right now because I want to address Soy Boy. Soy Padre, soy tu padre. You know, no, nigga, you ain't nobody daddy. Nigga, you gay. Nigga, we know you. You a son of wetbacks, nigga. Your mom worked in a sweatshop. Your dad was a motherfucking gardener. So don't come in here trying to tell us how motherfucking you came, how proud of your heritage. Motherfucker, y'all is motherfucking refugees who probably came in during the time of Ronald Reagan when he gave motherfucking amnesty to you motherfuckers. See, Ronald Reagan started this whole immigration shit. Eisenhower put an end to you motherfuckers coming in the 50s. and y'all ass had to stay your ass on your side of the border. But Ronald Reagan, out of spite, because he didn't want black people to motherfucking get education and all this shit, he decided to open the borders up to you wetback motherfuckers. And then you came in here. You know where the motherfucking term welfare queen come from? Comes for you motherfucking Mexicans. Because your motherfucking when you used to come with your little motherfucking 5 or 6 bambinos to the welfare office, and your stupid, ignorant ass women thought that wearing they motherfucking cantisa or wedding dress was a flex and shit. So she would walk down the street in a big ass motherfucking elaborate gown to go to the welfare office with her 6 motherfucking kids to get motherfucking $400 each from the motherfucking welfare office. Nigga, we own y'all shit. Nigga, we saw that shit. Now, you're a little motherfucking janitor at USC, and then you trying to play like you got professor. Nigga, you ain't no motherfucking professor. And if you keep talking too much, we gonna find out exactly who you are at motherfucking USC or whatever college, soy boy. So you might need to keep your motherfucking mouth shut, because you shouldn't have said that you was an anchor baby. You fucked up when you said that your parents was wetbacks. See, what I call them wetbacks, you're getting personal.
We're trying to get monetized here. You're gonna get me demonetized.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Is moist backs or what can I call them? Illegal motherfucking immigrants.
There you go, right
Okay,
there.
so your parents was both illegal motherfucking immigrants. Then you got motherfucking pride because your parents was the model on the motherfucking signs on the 5 freeway. You ever seen them signs, Bronze?
Which signs?
It's a man and a woman, and they dragging the kid behind them and shit to cross the freeway. So they got a sign for us law-abiding Americans to slow down so that we don't hit they little monkey asses. Yeah, nigga,
Oh,
those
shit.
signs motherfucking exist. That's soy boy motherfucking ancestry. You know, they was the model for him. That's his little ass being dragged across the border. You wasn't born here, motherfucker. We know you. You ain't born here.
1 minute, 1 minute,
Then
1 minute.
that's why you so caught up in your so-called conquistador motherfucking ancestry. But see, your ancestry is a little bit different. You ever heard of Felipe Hernando Cortex? You ever heard of him, Bronze?
That's the wasn't he the president of Lilac? Or is that another?
Nah, he was the motherfucker who went around the motherfucking Mexican whorehouses picking up the dirty rags when they was on their period. That's why they call him Kotex.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, nigga, I get down to dirty. We know about the Mexican whorehouses along Tijuana and Juarez and Brownsville. We know about you motherfuckers, man. So why you gonna come up here and try to play this goddamn role like you some kind of motherfucking real G? You a refugee, nigga. Get that shit straight. So yeah, I get sick and tired of these motherfuckers coming up here, and I'm in California, nigga. I'm in the San Fernando Valley. In the San Fernando Valley, you Mexicans wasn't in here farming. It was Italians and Japanese. This motherfucking valley belonged to the Japanese and the Italians because they were growing vineyards and motherfucking oranges, lemons, lettuce, strawberries. Motherfucking the Japanese was the one who was doing the labor and shit. Not you motherfucking Mexicans, because you motherfuckers weren't allowed into the United States. Why? Because once motherfucking World War I and II kicked off, you backstabbing motherfuckers was going to try to motherfucking invade America. Trying to talk about you know who Pancho Villa is?
No, who's that?
He was a Mexican revolutionary and shit. And he attacked a couple of towns over in Texas back in the 1910s, the 1900s, 1910s. And man, they sent Blackjack Persian to hunt his ass down. They invaded motherfucking Mexico. Keep it real. Why don't you motherfuckers admit that y'all got invaded by the United States another time? After the motherfucking Mexican-American War,
30
the
seconds,
United
30
States sent an
seconds.
Okay, they sent an expeditionary force to flush out you Mexican rats. Ratos. That's what you motherfuckers are. Now you come over here and then you want to talk about how motherfucker you ain't contribute shit to the motherfucking one. I'm finna close. And most niggas know in LA what the jungle is. Okay, that's where Venus and Serena learned where to turn tennis. Slowly but surely, it became infested by Mexican rats.
Damn.
So now it's a little shitty ass neighborhood with burnt out motherfucking tenements where you motherfuckers try to cook meth and shit. So keep that shit real, bro. Tell them how y'all fucked up. How y'all fucked up communities too. Yeah, y'all built a few, but y'all fucked up a lot. East LA, huh? And then let's put this shit in real true perspective. 50% of the California prison system is Mexican.
Damn.
Look that shit up. That's why the white boys run to the Mexicans for help. Because at first it was black people who outnumbered them, but slowly but surely, the motherfucking Mexicans, with their criminality, with their drug culture, with their prostitution, with their child abuse, you know how many times you can go ahead and Google this shit, Bronze. See how many times motherfucking Mexican parents killed their kids.
Damn.
Child abuse, beat them. They just sentenced a couple for motherfucking starving a motherfucking child to death. How the fuck you charge? How
I'm
do
gonna
you
say
starve a
this.
fucking child
I'm
to
gonna say
death?
this, and I'll give you 10 more seconds. I did see a documentary of that little kid that he was coming to school with marks and stuff, and the boyfriend was beating the kid up and putting him in closet and cutting off his hair. He was beating the shit out of him. The father or the boyfriend got life. I mean, he got the death penalty, and the mother I
Yeah,
think
he
got
got the
life,
death penalty.
and the mother got life, I think, or 25 years.
And do you know how hard it is for a motherfucker to get sentenced to death here in California?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think about it. How many motherfuckers? Even the Menendez brothers who killed and that's another motherfucking example of your so-called Mexican pride. The Menendez brothers killed their own motherfucking parents. Then, okay, so if I believe them, then that means that their parents was motherfucking digging up in their little booty holes.
And the mother was knowing it.
Right. So which one am I supposed to go with? That there was two murderous ass kids who were raised up in a rich neighborhood who was motherfucking greedy and killed their parents? Or do I look at the point of, we had two pervert ass parents who had made money and started motherfucking abusing their kids sexually? That's Mexicans, nigga. So don't come to us with that shit. You motherfuckers kill each other in gang motherfucking activities. Then on top of that, you accelerate it by being molesters. You know how many Mexican girls I know that used to date it that said they got molested by their uncles and their cousins? So niggas, y'all can't sit up here and tell that motherfucking bullshit ass lie, soy boy. Get that shit straight. Then on top of that, you brought that shit back into the country with the second wave of you motherfuckers? Bonds, this how low down they are, right? Look, man, I went down to
I'm
Tier
gonna,
101.
I'm gonna be personally honest. The way you saying that, I don't want to move to California. I would never move to California. That's
No,
that
man,
shit's
don't come here. Don't come here.
That
Don't
shit
come
sounds
here. I don't
crazy.
come here. Let Dorsey handle this shit, man, because you two motherfucking liberal for my taste, nigga. Cause we tell the motherfuckers in their face. See, when they pass by us, they look down, right? Or they'll spit on the ground. See, when them motherfuckers, when you pass a Mexican and he spit on the ground, You spit on the ground too, like, yeah, motherfucker, you left a bad taste in my motherfucking mouth too. I do the same thing. Then they look shocked, right?
Oh.
Because they don't think I'm aware of what the fuck they
I
doing.
usually do the I usually pistol whip, but that's liberal. That's too
So
liberal.
understand this, Bronze. When you go by them dirty ass tethers and one of them walk by you and then they spit on the ground,
Mhm.
that motherfucker's disrespecting you because he's saying, I got a bad taste in my mouth about you. And it's a challenge, right? But see, it's a cowardly challenge because they don't let you know, like, motherfucker, I'm disrespecting you.
Yeah.
They try to do this shit. But see, when they do that shit, I spit right back at their ass.
Mm.
Fucking, and then I say the
All
word I
right,
can't
get
use. Can I say WB? Can I say
yeah,
the
you said
WB?
WB, yeah.
Yeah, you WBs, nigga.
Thank you,
Wheezy Beezy
Dorsey.
niggas.
Thank you, Dorsey.
Yeah, yeah, you a Wheezy Beezy, nigga. That's my new name for you, motherfucker. Wheezy Beezies.
Yeah.
So you Wheezy Beezies is sex perverts and shit.
Jeez.
You can call us black. You can say FBAs, whatever the fuck. Yeah, we kill each other, but nigga, we don't sexually exploit the children. We don't motherfucking starve our own children to death. What
Damn.
kind of pussy ass bitch allows her own child to be starved by a nigga she just picked up at the local motherfucking bar and shit? Because that's what usually how it turns out. You some weak motherfuckers. You so jealous of the first father that you willing to abuse his kid. Because you a weak ass excuse. Fucking wheezy beezies.
Hey, Dorsey.
All right.
All right, Dorsey, you have a good one.
They some evil motherfuckers, man. That's why I ain't got no respect for them. When you do that shit to kids, man, Lil Bambino ain't did shit to you. Lil Juanito ain't did shit to you. And you motherfucking digging up in this booty hole. Fucking pervs. All right.
All
I'm
right,
out. Hey,
Dorsey.
that was a good one, huh?
Yeah.
That'll shut his bitch ass up. Puto.
Shout out to Dorsey. Salute to Dorsey. Shout out to Dorsey. Damn, what been going? I'm gonna say this, everybody. What the hell been going on in the live chat, man? Robinson Warner Brothers. WB's means Warner Brothers. I always tell people all the time, I got a mixture of crowds. I got white supremacists, Black Americans, FBAs, Latinos, whites, everyday working whites, we got everyday working blacks, we got sophisticated, we got the intellectual. So definitely with this show, it's definitely different. Oh yeah, we got a Canadian, so yeah, we got a lot of people. We got a lot going on in this show sometimes. I usually like to do this talking on this show right here. Is it the Reaper Nation? Because I like to definitely stay on the topic. But I seen that there was stuff going on, tension that was going on in the live chat. I didn't see all of it, but yeah, y'all be getting busy. I will say that a lot of y'all be getting busy out here. But shout out to the good Mexicans that get along with blacks, man. I will say that, man. But these other Mexicans that's going on, or these other immigrants that don't get along with Black Americans, don't forget, Black Americans was the ones that gave y'all your Willy Wonka gold ticket. These white Americans didn't want y'all over here. You know, and the thing is, and I'm gonna say this: a lot of y'all immigrants wanted to be on the same level as the whites that didn't want you over here instead of being with somebody who wants you over here. That has always been a problem. This is why I have a problem with Michelle Wu, and the Tiana Fernandez and the Ayanna Presleys. Even though I call her Token Presley, I still have to give her respect and call her Ayanna Presley. Um and I'm before I start, I'm gonna tell you each problem I have with all three or four of these people. Michelle Ayanna Presley, my problem is that she puts on this black woman, this black unity scenario, and she doesn't defend black Americans. She barely defends black Americans. So it rubs me the wrong way. Excuse me. I'm gonna be personally honest. It rubs me the wrong way. She does more for immigrants than black Americans as long as she been in the council. You know, or a representative, or if she was a representative, she has done more for people who are not from Boston or from this country than she did for the people here. Um, Tiana Presley, I have a problem with her because at the end of the day, she was out here stealing money under the flat blackness. Knowing that she's not black, if your name is fucking Fernandez Anderson. Anderson was her husband's name. Like I said, her husband's in jail doing life without parole. So I don't think this motherfucker is ever getting out. And that's her husband. They've been together, I think, almost 20 years, 20 something years. Michelle Wu. Michelle Wu is destroying, like I said, it's erasing black history, black Boston history. Not black immigrant history, not immigrant history, but black Boston history. As much as what we did for black America in the 50s and the 40s and the 30s, even, you're erasing that. Were there immigrants in Boston? Absolutely. W.E.B. Du Bois is half Haitian. So I'm not saying that there weren't immigrants in the 30s or in the 40s, but at the end of the day, there wasn't a big collective of y'all here. Black Americans did all the work while fighting the Irish. Was y'all hiding under black flat blackness? Absolutely, because at the end of the day, we seen each other as the same, but time passed by. Y'all made it known. Y'all made it known that y'all wasn't us. Even with the Latinos and the Afro Latinos, when we was saying like, yo, y'all just black people from a different country. No, no, I'm no black poppy. No black poppy. That's all you said. So at the end of the day, I had to respect that you're not black, you're Dominican, you're Puerto Rican, you're Honduranian, you're El Salvadorian. We respect that. Now all of a sudden, we made blackness pop again. We got that shit on and popping. We defending ourselves. You're not used to this. This is a culture shock to you. So not one Chinese hockey player in Canada. So yeah, definitely I will say this. This is the issue. Ayanna Presley is not a black representative. Tiana Fernandez has never been a black representative. Michelle Wu has never done anything for black Americans. When we complain about the shooting, when we told y'all that, like, yo, there's shootings over here, you talking about this is the most safest fucking state in the United States. You've been saying that shit for the last 4 years. Just because you have a black, police superintendent doesn't mean that this is going to open the doors for black people. We're still going to be accused. We're going to still be harassed and stopped and stuff. I have an issue. That's my issue with y'all. Those are my concerns for my people. Those are my concerns for immigrants who are legal. It's being stopped for no reason. A person who works every day is stopping, but even though I'm saying that it's gonna affect immigrants too, I still care about my black people because we've been going through this for a very long time. This is why I was tired of going to Boston. Every time I go to Boston, the fucking detectives want to check me, want to grab my dick. Like, come on, what type of weird shit that y'all niggas on? When I say y'all on some weird shit, I'm being aggressive. I was like, you don't think that's suspect? You grabbing another man's dick? They made that a law for you to do? Like, come on. And I'm disrespecting them. Like, yo, come on, man. That you're weird. That's why I say, yo, I gotta move out of Boston. This shit is crazy. I can never get used to that. But I'm gonna finish this last video. And I'm gonna speed through it.
Mona Lisa Weber, random take example, and obvious that she just didn't like it, and she probably went to her husband and said, "We need to buy that lot, no matter how much it costs," and that's what happened. And our garden got sold out.
And that's been happening.
It would have been a massive highway interchange there at the corner of what's now Columbus and Melnea Cass, and the high school campus would have been right next to that. All of the buildings in that Madison Park neighborhood were torn down. So that was the general plan for urban renewal, the way the Boston Redevelopment Authority, its director, Ed Logue, the way they saw it. And it was pretty much reflective of the ethos across the country, that inner cities were full of slums. People.
Hey, Bing Pingfu, let me ask you a question. I looked up who Laverne Cox was. How you know about that transgender? I want to know that. I'm just asking a question. I'm not fabricating anything. I'm not saying anything that's trying to embarrass you. I'm just trying to know how you know about Laverne Cox. Is that like a Canadian thing or something? It's all right. I'm not. You like who you like, man. And it's like I want to know how you imagine me. Give me a second. I want to know how every time you look at me, you see Laverne Cox. Isn't that kind of weird? I'm just asking a question. Do you like Laverne Cox or something? I'm just asking you a question. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Ray Ray. Do you like Laverne? I'm just asking a question. I'm not trying to say that,
Looked down on those neighborhoods. And so they thought it made sense to tear those neighborhoods down.
The neighborhood of Roxbury, Massachusetts is not the only neighborhood in Boston where Black residents were displaced and are still being displaced today. In Dorchester, Black residents face the same fate. I met with the Franklin Park Defenders, a group of activists fighting back against gentrification to discuss issues of racial discrimination in Boston.
I was born and raised in Jamaica Plain, and people
Oh,
that
that's my
look like
cousin.
me no longer.
That's my cousin. No, hold on. Right now. I think that's my cousin. Oh shit.
Longer live there. It's by design that they've
I think
created
Renee's my cousin.
spaces where we are no longer.
So if anybody knows about my projects, everybody's related from the Blacks to the Puerto Ricans to the Dominicans and some Mexicans. So this is why. Because you know why? Because nobody leaves the project, so we all fuck each other. So I'm just being personally honest. That's my family.
seen anymore.
Don't bring that on
They're
me,
wiping
pig
us
fool.
out
We want to know
one
how you know
community
Laverne.
And as it spreads across the city, we're becoming extinct here. I hate to say it that way. So my family house on Montebello Road, we did capital improvements in 2019. And during the construction, a white family walked up to me and said, "Are you selling?" "No, I'm not selling." "Are you breaking them up into condos?" "No, I'm not breaking up into condos." She went on to say, this is a white woman speaking to me, "Our people live here now, and we want to live around our people, so you should sell."
Boston has always been, and is now, the most racist city, pound for pound, dollar for dollar,
told you.
acre for acre, black family for black family. Right now, the whole city is becoming the reverse middle.
Yo, I told Boston is probably one of the most systematic racist states in the U.S. Like systematically, yeah, it's bad out here, man. That's why if you ever notice, like black people are very aggressive in Boston. Like it's crazy. Like I had to slap the shit out of somebody because he kept on touching me. I had to slap the shit out of him. I don't like to be touched. I don't touch me. Please don't touch. yo, I'm just playing with you. He still touched me. So when I slapped the shit out of him, he stopped touching me. I could have pistol whipped him because I always carry my gun, but I wouldn't want to do that because that's not my intentions. My intentions of you is to stop touching me. Please don't touch me. I don't like to be touched. So yeah, it's like, hey, yo, what's going on? Just putting it like, yo, stop stop touching me. That's why I don't like to be around people. So yeah.
Passage, the out-migration of black people like no other city.
This whole gentrification concept is not particular to Boston. It's what they did all over the country to black people because we became land bankers. That we came in, stabilized.
This is what Michelle Wu is doing. Ping Fu, this is what your family is doing. Your cousin is doing right now. This is what Michelle Wu is doing. And shout out to, what's her name? Give me a second. Shout out to Shabby Shab. This is her video. This is for educational purpose. But she's right, to do this documentary.
The land, kept the housing affordable and kept it usable and things of that nature. But as the land began to be productive, white people who moved out to the suburbs, white people, new migrants into the country, immigrants to the country, they saw this land as one affordable for them, and they wanted that land.
This is where we're at in a 400-year trajectory since the first Elizabethan Anglo-Saxons got here to found Boston and Harvard and New England, and were so influential in the founding of the Republic.
This gentrification began a long time ago. There's been this push since the late 1800s to move black people out of areas that were productive and useful and allow white people to take it over. Black community, which started in downtown Boston, which you call downtown Scollay Square. The black folks who lived in North End and Beacon Hill, they were there because they were the waterfront and they were doing the stevedore work. The nouveau riche did not want to live down there. And so as it improved and as the harbor area and everything around Beacon Hill started to grow up and be built up by a lot of black workers and dock workers who made the quality of life better, they were being pushed in the southwesterly direction. We moved from what now is South End, and they started building that up. And
that's why I was saying that, like, yo, we put all our tax money into building Boston, and now they just take it and kick us out. This is what Michelle Wu is doing. Definitely I'm clipping this. So like if what Michelle Wu sees this, I don't give a fuck. She can eat a dick. I'm gonna be personally honest. I don't give a fuck. But this is what her house is doing. This is what Ayanna Presley did. This is what Tayana Fernandez has been doing since she been in that office and in them seats. What's her name? Mara Helsley. Her, Elizabeth Warner. All of them girls have been doing that. This is what they have been doing to Boston. This is what they have been doing to Boston. This isn't nothing new. This is why I said we have to watch these videos. We have to start from the beginning. And this is from the beginning. This is since the 1930s, 1950s. This is what we're seeing now. They just say they built up North End. They built up North End. They take their tax money. They built North End with their tax money. Then after that, they kicked them out. What did Michelle Wu did? Black Bostons built up Boston, Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan, Jamaica Plain, Rosendale. Then they kicked them out. Yeah, they're very nasty. They left South Boston because people of color started moving down there. So they moved with the Asians in Quincy. So yeah.
In the late 1940s and 50s, but because they had to take care of the people who lived here in Boston, particularly the residents who were coming back from the war and folks who were coming as part of the Irish migration, things like that, they built public housing. They built housing that was affordable for people, the working class people of that time. And it served the
those are my old
purpose.
projects. Those were my old projects. That's JP Projects.
The working
right there.
class people.
That's JP Project. No, that's not JP Project. That's South Boston. That looked like JP Projects. No, that's South Boston. You could tell because South Boston streets go up. They go narrow up. So yeah, it's
that
weird.
Time. And it served the purpose. But after it served the purpose, they had to take into consideration they had neglected all the other housing.
Mm-hmm.
the South End was changing. And so they kept pushing black and brown people further in the southwesterly direction. And so we came into what was Roxbury, and they started building up and making it worthwhile. It was a thriving community because it was considered the suburbs of Boston. In the 1960s, a guy named Tony Downs wrote a book called Opening Up the Suburbs. And his plan was to move low and working class people, particularly black people, out of the inner city and move them out into small communities in the suburbs, and then retake the inner city so that you had a mass of wealthy people living in the city. One of the problems with moving black people into the suburbs is that the U.S. federal government, based on racist concepts of black people, they would not give housing, they would not give loans, they would not give mortgages to black people. So while they built developments and complexes for white people to move in the suburbs, they only wanted black people to move in areas that were controlled. And
He's saying what they're doing right now too. This was back in the early 1900s. They're doing that shit right now again. I'm being personally, excuse me. Being personally honest. That's what they're doing right now.
they were not making funds available. So this whole plan of gentrification isn't a new concept. In every city you go into in the Northeast, and of course, in the West, and San Francisco is probably one of the better examples, they kept moving black people out of the inner city into suburban areas where this wasn't less transportation, less opportunity for jobs, and clearly a totally different concept of living in existence. So it's a plan. It's been in place for a long time.
I was born in a house on Monroe Street. 21 was the number, was a 6-family brownstone, which was snatched by City of Boston during urban renewal. I was 2 when we had to move in 1963 from that house. That displaced us to a place, what is now the Dudley Triangle. That house was replaced by, oddly enough, a playing field for years. And then we were given the option to take an apartment.
I'm gonna say that the Dudley Triangle, the park that he's talking about, people get shot at over there all the time because it's an open field, and all people do is they'll drive real fast and they'll just shoot up. They'll shoot up and shoot at in the basketball park.
At Marksdale Gardens. So think of the dynamics of gentrification. The idea that we would take generational wealth from people, put people in an apartment, and then say, look at what we've built. All
That's
brand
Warren
new,
Gardens.
shiny for your occupation.
That's Warren Gardens in Roxbury. Those projects, those hoods is dangerous. It's dangerous over there. I've been over there a few times. I try to keep a when I was younger, I try to keep a low profile and stuff like that. I knew people everywhere, but I don't like going to people's projects, man. If it's not my own, I don't like to go to nobody's project.
For rent. That was in the day termed Negro removal. People will tell you all day long that, we don't do that anymore. While the gentrification displacement equation isn't as bad as 1963, it hasn't gotten much better now.
I was a Boston public school teacher and teaching at BC and at Harvard and at Roxbury Community College in the 90s. I have over 2,000 former Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan students, most of whom no longer live in Boston. I once had a student, there was a sidewalk auction of his home right outside the front door of the school, visible from our classroom. We had to pull the curtains down so this young 7th grade boy wouldn't have to see his family 3-generation house across the street on Kearsarge Avenue near Dudley Square auctioned.
I moved into Roxbury 24 years ago and probably was a gentrifier. It was much to my horror that I realized what I was living in the middle of. The former occupancy of the building had been Section 8 housing.
Center Street.
Almost immediately, the people I met, the neighbors I met and came to like and respect, were telling me about
That's near Jamaica Plain Projects and Academy Homes. You go up that hill right there, you'll be in Academy Homes. If you keep on going straight, you'll be in Jamaica Plain Projects. Both places you got to be careful.
The history of our corner of Roxbury, which had started to become pickings for the wealthy. The South End had been outpriced for white middle-class people wanting to move back into the city, and they were actually advertising homes in Roxbury as the new South End. And this is in a neighborhood which is called Highland Park, where some of our more luminary leaders had been fighting for a black model community. That never happened. When the mayor decided she wanted to put in Roxbury more dense micro units, the mayor and her people in the city put their thumb on the scale. They appointed 3 new commissioners to our Architectural Conservation District Commission and outvoted the neighborhood. So we now have, going up in a family neighborhood, which is zoned for triple deckers, a 7-story building with 39 micro units.
Yeah, those used to be the hood, and this is what they're doing to it. This is why I said Michelle Wu. She's the Boston, the black Boston erasure, man. She erased Boston, But at the end of the day, you go look at her community, and her community is still the same. Chinatown's still the same.
None of these buildings have been fully rented. Most of the rents are $5,400. But these are the buildings that you're saying are to help the housing issue. No, it's not at $5,400. When you have the affordable units staying vacant because they can't pass approval, you can't really be sitting here fighting for housing if you're not inspecting what you expected them to do. So they're getting away with it. This is gentrification.
There have been lots of games over the
Pink Fu, you can't get mad at me, man. This is your people's doing this. This is your people. You can't blame the white man. Like, I'm gonna show you something. We're gonna see who the mayor of Boston is. Watch this. Pink Fu, this is who the mayor of Boston is. That's the mayor of Boston. That's the mayor of Boston. That is the mayor of Boston. You can't get mad at me for putting this out there, and she's the mayor of Boston. Yes. She is a CCP transplant. Y'all got a lot of homelessness in China. Y'all just call them farmers. I'm just Pink Fu. This is your people's that is doing this. You can't blame white people. This is why I say this is the black erasure. The same way that I'm gonna say this, the same way how, and I'm gonna throw certain immigrants up in here, the same way how white supremacists hates black and Latino is the same way you hate blacks and Latinos. And it's all right. To me, it's all right. But we can't act like you're not doing this. Your people are not doing this. They're using you as a buffer. So say if, God forbid anything happened. Well, I'm not going to say God forbid. Just say if, let's say the white supremacist culture has been genocide. Like genetically genocide. So that means not having no babies, not having enough babies, not not having babies and stuff like that, and you come down to like 5 or 10%. You will be the backup. This is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that, all this extra shit that you're doing. It's not us saying this. This is who's doing this. This is who's doing this to Boston. And she's not even from Boston. Watch this. Where's Michelle Wu from? She was born in Chicago, Illinois. You don't think she's a plant? I'm just saying it's right there. I'm not lying. You shouldn't talk to black people about that. You should be talking to the immigrants, the black immigrants. I'm not an immigrant, so I can't defend them. But yeah, these are the people who are doing it. Pink Food. It's not me. I'm just putting the information out there.
The years that the city has tried to play in order to try to hold on to the city's population that have not worked well.
Now, to Rod's point, Boston does try to find ways to hold on to the population that is currently here. But some of the games that have been played with the black population, in particular in Boston, lies in the area of virtue signaling. For example, former Mayor Marty Walsh, he started an event called the Donna Summer Roller Skate Night. Donna Summer, probably one of my favorite singers.
She's from Mission Hill Projects. She's a Bostonian.
Of all time, is a legend and should be honored in Boston. I think a Donna Summer roller skate night was great. In fact, I actually went to the very first Donna Summer roller skate night. But we call this virtue signaling because if you are choosing to honor a black singer that grew up in Boston, but at the same time, you are displacing black people from their homes, this is just a game.
The policies are emblematic of moving people around and giving the impression that something's happening. But if you look at housing prices, they're not more affordable. A lot of that policy benefits folks with money, people who are investors. It doesn't really make things more affordable for folks who actually rent in the city of Boston.
There are a lot of people for whom this is not new. The thing is, it's overwhelming in ways I didn't quite anticipate. As far as the rate of this gentrification, as it's called, which is the displacement of people, the structural and continuous impact.
I'll be back, everyone.
Make no mistake about it. It's not just bricks and mortar or the equity or the value of that bricks and mortar. It's cultural continuity. Okay, it's intergenerational, not just financial wealth, intergenerational self-knowledge wealth, which is worth more than financial wealth. And it's also the natural ecological wealth, the intergenerational cultural wealth of not only the most recent stewards for the last 75, 80 years, but really for the last 600. Former colonial governors, former Massachusetts tribe people, Algonquian speakers. There's evidence of all these people in your motherfucking backyards in Roxbury.
Now, the issue that brought the Franklin Park defenders together is the recent takeover of White Stadium, located inside of Franklin Park. Franklin Park.
I used to run track and field over there, so yeah, I know what they're talking about. That's outdoor track and field too. So like saying like when March comes, everybody will be running outside. But Michelle Wu destroyed it and she's saying she's gonna rebuild it and make it for everybody, but she's not.
Is the largest and the last component of the Emerald Necklace. Located within Roxbury, it is bordered by Mattapan, Roslindale, and Jamaica Plain neighborhoods in Boston.
When I first approached by the mayor's office to look at this proposal that was coming in, the league had not been established. They were not an incorporated body, but they had already put together a plan and idea to have a soccer league in White Stadium in Franklin Park. The reason I was approached because I'm the president of the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association, a community-based neighborhood association which has been around for 48 years. We've worked with the city in every aspect of what goes on in the neighborhood, but we were the group that basically helped form the core of individuals that set up the Franklin Park Coalition at the same time in 1978. We took an interest in the park because it was our closest neighbor. It provided the most resources and access.
Pink Food, I'm gonna say this. This is educational. And if you're gonna act like this, I'm gonna have to block you. I'm gonna have to block you, and the reason why I'm gonna have to block you because at the end of the day, we're figuring out this is the fucking problem with Boston. If you want to gaslight people, go to other people's channels. I don't need you coming on my channel. First of all, you're a broke ass motherfucker, anyways. You don't give no donations at all. You don't give no fucking donations at all. So again, if you do that again, if you try to gaslight again, I'm gonna block you. And I'm not gonna just block you for 24 hours. It's gonna be an immediate block until you give a donation. So your ass fucked around again. You better go pick up some cans and give a $10 donation next time.
Access for us, but also a lot of the activities and programs that the community used. The schools in our community took advantage of White Stadium and the park. We supported people who had programs in the park on a regular basis. Everything from mass, well-organized activities like the cross-country and the Cancer League and community birthday parties and roller skating. And so the neighborhood groups and organizations that had activities went to Franklin Park. So we took an interest in Franklin Park, and the interest was how to get it respect, how to get it support, how to fix it up, because it was totally neglected. For Olmsted Creation, one of the greatest landscape architects in this country, to be treated that way, it said to us something else is wrong. There's something wrong to have this 500-acre park be abandoned, to have the golf course only have 9 of 18 holes working, to have the zoo with the animals not getting the support and things that they needed to make it a world-class zoo. That things were being taken out of the park rather than being put in the park. And when you stop to think, 10% of what they spend on the Boston Common was going into the maintenance and care of Franklin Park. And that's why the Franklin Park Coalition came along to save that park. From 78 to 98, we worked hard to make sure the park grew and that it was taken care of, repaired, and fixed up. That stadium was a...
Like, this is where I explain to people that with the black and brown people's taxes, because I have to add brown people in it because it's not just it is a more of a black erasure because you get to control the history of it. This right now is a but what they did, they took black Americans' tax money and put it towards this community that they knew that black Americans weren't going to stay at. You know, I knew that was going to be a problem. I knew that, yeah, it's going to be a big problem.
Part of the park and the activities that we went to, the stadium represent safety, represent organized space, it represent a place that people could bring their programs and kids. It was an active park.
Yeah.
Growing up there, flying kites as a child, we lived in that park and in that stadium for as long as I can remember. To be able to find that one quiet place when life beats you down Monday through Friday.
And this is where I explain to people, Boston, it's I'm gonna say this. With Boston, people love Boston, but we hate the people in Boston. The same shit that Bill Russell was going through in Boston. He went through a lot in Boston after, even though he won Boston Celtics, the city of Boston, 11 championships out of 13 years. People in Boston and like Reading and Wilmington, they were fucking disgusting to fucking Bill Russell. And Bill Russell has done a lot. When I say he has done a lot, he took care of Boston. It was so bad after the 13th year, he couldn't do it no more. He's like, yo, I'm retiring. He's like, yo, he picked up a coach. He picked up a coaching job in Seattle. And that's where, and the thing about it, when the Celtics won a championship, Bill Russell wasn't going to come down there. And Bill Russell, and I'm gonna say this: Bill Russell is my favorite basketball player. He is my favorite basketball player. Other than that, it's Dirk Nowitzki. Dirk Nowitzki is my second favorite. And that's why I always want to show I always want to show my my Bill Russell frame because it took me like 4 weeks to get. It took me like 4 weeks to get this shit, and I was so happy when I got it, man. Like, yo, I was taking pictures, I was showing like, yo, look at my Bill Russell. You know, it was a great thing, you know, because also too, Bill Russell has done a lot for Boston. He has done a lot for Black people. He has done a lot for a lot of people, and he doesn't get credit for that, you know.
It has been Franklin Park for us.
We're gonna go on.
Maybe one
Came here to invade Roxbury, but didn't think Roxbury was good enough.
That they would fix it up, utilize it partially for the activities of a soccer league, and that the rest of the time would be for the use of students. When we got the actual proposal,
You're
we were
right,
able to
right,
see
right.
that they had no intention of making it a public space. They had no intentions of making it usable and accessible to the public and to the communities that were there. They wanted to take it over and control it. We had seen this example before in the South End on Columbus Avenue when Northeastern University took over that park.
Ah, yes. Northeastern University.
They wiped out Mission Hill projects, where people were living there because they were saying that they were gonna fix it up. I believe say they're gonna fix it up and never fix it up and gave it to college kids.
This is an institution that I'm very familiar with because this is where I attended grad school. It's what brought me.
It's a great
to
engineering
Boston.
school.
When I came to grad school here at Northeastern University, like, I didn't know that this was Roxbury. Like, when I applied to come to grad school here, this neighborhood was described as the Fens. And I remember just saying to myself, like, oh, okay, well, that's an interesting neighborhood. I wasn't familiar with that neighborhood at in Roxbury. The university came here to invade Roxbury for Northeastern to have that same zip code. Northeastern University is probably one of the more prominent examples of gentrification in the neighborhood of Roxbury, being a more competitive school. And in doing so, that meant that Northeastern University had to expand. You can see that expansion. You can see the change in the neighborhood on Huntington Avenue when you look across the street and you see a poke station and a shawarma shop. And right down the street
OP.
from Northeastern University.
So this is where Bobby Brown is from. This is Orchard Park, also known as OP. This is where Bobby Brown was from. They tore down most of the buildings, but they made little clown houses and shit. So you see.
Is Orchard Park Housing Projects. This is where the popular R&B group New Edition called home. I spoke to a longtime resident of Orchard Park who had quite a bit to say about the city's efforts to remove Black people.
There was a lot of positive things going on. We had a neighborhood center here. It was the after-school program where a lot of kids came together and we shared our knowledge. You can learn music, you can learn martial arts, you can learn dance. There's a whole lot of cultural things you can learn there, which is now no longer the neighborhood center. We had basketball hoops here where kids were able to play basketball. They tore all the hoops down. We had nice playgrounds and jungle gyms where now if you go around here, you might find maybe one or two. This whole thing originally was by design. It was by design to get the Black men out of the household. But if you want to qualify for the subsidies to stay here, you could not have a man living with you at that point in time. You had to be either a single mother or someone with public assistance. And if you receive public assistance, the father could not have been there. But I could say in my personal family, I knew my father, but he didn't live with me. When they want you to move, they offer you something or they bait you with something. They say, okay, you're subsidized here, but if you move, we'll give you a Section 8 voucher. And then they even help you find one like Fall River or New Bedford or maybe Lynn. Or they'll help you find somewhere to live, but you're not going to be here.
I told you.
See gentrification in the
Told you. Michelle Wu, I'm gonna say this is she's known for that now. She's notorious of that, giving people vouchers and not um doing what she's supposed to do after. She's a what you call a treaty breaker. She's a treaty breaker.
Projects? That's everywhere. So I've been to places like Atlanta. I've been to Detroit. I've been to some of these places where the downtown was small. Then next thing you know, the downtown expanded 30 miles. So originally, black folks used to live in downtown. Then we moved to the South End. If you go to the South End now, you have to be a millionaire to live there.
The South End, one of the more grotesque examples of gentrification in Boston. The South End used to be a working class neighborhood. Now there is a great divide.
We're gonna watch 10, 15 more minutes of this and we're gonna go.
Where one half of the South End is for the ultra rich. The working class is what remains.
This is
of
near
what the South
Northeastern.
End used to be. The working class people remained is for the South End meets new at Mass Avenue and Columbus Ave.
In the early 50s, the Boston Redevelopment Authority tore down the New of the South. Albany Street is one of the last vestiges of that. It's the area between Albany Street, Washington Street, where the Massachusetts Turnpike is now, and then East Berkeley Street. Mel King, who grew up in that neighborhood, in his book Chain of Change, it was a very vibrant neighborhood. In the eyes of the Boston Redevelopment Authority, it was a slum. The BRA took a wrecking ball to that neighborhood. They sold land to the Herald for $1, where the Herald built its offices and printing plant at that time. But an entire neighborhood was erased. One of the next neighborhoods that the Boston Redevelopment Authority trained its eyes on was Castle Square, which was right next to the New York Streets area. And they sought what love and gain control of the land and in the control how.
And when there was white flight back in the 1960s, black people migrated here to the Roxbury area and also Dorchester area. And this was all black American.
So I'm gonna tell you this very lovely lady is. This is one of the directors for the Reparation Task Force. She's one of the representatives. She's very, very good. She's a sweetheart and everything. Definitely, if you ever come to Boston and you want to see how the Reparation Task Force is, you would definitely talk to her or a guy named Khalid. So she's one of the representative of Reparations Task Force. So definitely, we talk about reparation a lot on the Bronze Reaper podcast. I know most of y'all who are new don't know that, but this is one of hers.
Freedmen. So this is one of the communities that my family first migrated to. My family migrated from South Carolina due to racial terror. They lived on Faiston Street first, and then they moved to Roxbury on Cedar Street.
Faiston Street is where that guy was who got killed by allegedly by what's his name? Aaron Hernandez. So Faiston Street's in Dorchester, Roxbury-ish. So yeah.
Initially, Blue Hill Avenue had trolley cars on both sides. And the reason why they got rid of the trolley cars and gave us buses is because they built the highway so it'd make it easier for white people to commute to the city. So this was a flourishing, thriving community for American freedmen. And the community became demolished or deteriorated during the Civil Rights Movement when Martin Luther King was assassinated. So all this was burnt down. Everything was burnt down, totally demolished, was never built back up. This is where the riots mostly took place.
That's Blue Hill Ave.
Most of the
if you ever seen that movie Blue Hill Ave, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about this strip right here. It starts from all the way from downtown Boston to like Canton, Massachusetts. It's the longest street in Massachusetts. It's called Blue Hill Ave. The movie Blue Hill Ave, that old school movies back in the 90s, this is what they're talking about. When that strip was all a drug strip and it turned into a prostitution. Remember when the guy, he's like, yo, what do you want? He said, I want my life back. They were talking about, that's the movie that that street was based on this street.
Churches here unable to sustain, so they're either losing the church buildings or they're selling them. It's vacant, look at it. You see the windows, look at the border of the windows, look at that. See how the property's not taken care of? The civil rights movement springboarded and created the Immigration Act, which allowed all groups of immigrants to come to America. According to the stats, 1% of Black immigrants were in America, less in the city of Boston. And most of these businesses, if you go from Dudley Street, which is the bottom of the hill, all the way up to Mattapan, were Black immigrants. Hispanic, Haitian, West Indian, Caribbean, and you won't find any Black businesses that are American freedmen. And we're trying to figure out where do we fit into the scheme of things. And so while I'm sitting on the reparations task force, my thing is to think of ways of making recommendations.
See, reparation task force. She's like the representative of it. Like, yo, if she's doing, like, if there's like a workshop, it goes through her. It goes through her.
To right the wrongs. And so part of making those repairs is how do we get American freedmen just as thriving as any other group of people in the city of Boston. One of the biggest things that I advocate for is a protected status for the American freedmen. The harms that need to be recognized the most are those that were incurred prior to 1965 with the civil rights movement. Massachusetts sanctioned slavery with the Bodies of Liberty. We were enslaved in the United States, we were enslaved in Boston. American freedmen carry the bulk of the badges and incidents of slavery, and we can't carry the stain of slavery. My ancestors went through civil rights. They went through segregation. They went through, you know what I'm saying, Jim Crow. They went through enslavement, sharecropping, and Black.
This is why I was explaining to Ping Fu until I had to block him. I was like, yo, this is Black erasure. This already happened. He's trying to make it a race thing. This ain't a race thing. I'm gonna say this. It is a race thing, but his people is doing that. This is the problem with him. He don't want to face fact that his people are capable of doing stuff like that. It's true. His people did it. Michelle Wu did it. I showed them the picture of the mayor of Boston. It said Michelle Wu. I showed you where she was born at. She was born in Chicago, Illinois. She knows nothing about Boston. She don't know nothing about Boston. You could just tell. She went from Chicago, Illinois to Chinatown. That's where she went. And he's mad at me because I'm telling the truth. Nigga, you know what? I'm not going to argue with no more. I'm going to block you. First of all, you don't give donations. You don't give donations. And you know what? You made history. You're the first person I ever blocked. As long as I've been doing this for almost 2.5 years. He's the first person I ever blocked.
Codes, and people don't even know our history. Our ancestors were lynched, castrated, forced ancestral breeding, violations of rights, not being able to bleed, whipped, killed, just for being Black. I'm 3 generations removed from slavery. My mother was an illegal sharecropper as a child. They didn't move here until she was 14. My grandparents on both sides, mother and father, were sharecroppers because their parents were slaves. And so it wasn't that far ago. There's a huge significant difference in lived experiences in America, and especially the city of Boston and Massachusetts, than any other group of people. And we know this because of the wealth report. We're at $8, whereas other groups of people are driving much more than us. So they didn't suffer like my ancestors and my elders suffered. My ancestors and my elders were denied homeowner loans, business loans, while other groups of people were incentivized. I want everybody to succeed, but it bothers me sometimes when I look at other people that come here and only been here for a year, you know, and they're thriving. And then they look at it like we're not thriving because we're lazy. We only became lazy when we stopped picking cotton. That's a white trope. So I can't unsee and unlearn what I actually know from a learned experience. And so I'm trying to figure out ways to right the wrongs. And I need the community to speak up about their lived experiences in the community, because that's the only way the stories are going to be told.
Boston leads the nation, #1.
I would say this. Why would you? I would say this, Robin. Nobody hates nobody. Black America. One thing you gotta understand, Robin. We're not immigrants. We don't hate nobody. We're the most. I'm gonna say this. We are the most forgiving people ever. Black Americans is the one of the most forgiving people. You know, and I'm gonna say this, because we're giving you pushback doesn't mean we hate nobody. And this is where y'all come in. I don't know where y'all come up with this shit where they say we hate you. Some might say they hate you, but the collectively, no, we don't hate no fucking body. Just leave us. Just let us build. Give us our reparation. Give us the debt that is owed. At least don't break. At least this is a treaty that y'all don't break, because you got to live amongst these people. You got to live amongst black people. So why break treaties? You know?
It is the most unaffordable, the least affordable city in the country for raising a child. Even though it is easily provable, it's the least expensive place, if you got the right connections, to launch a professional sports franchise. Unlocking this nationally unrivaled bargain depends specifically upon doing it at public Franklin Park's George Robert White Memorial School Children's Stadium. And it's been intentionally neglected for decades, on ice, for later redevelopment and community displacement in a distant future, which is now.
I'm happy to talk about a women's soccer team. When I first heard there was a women's soccer team coming to Boston, I was thrilled. I'm a soccer coach. When I moved my kids over from England and my daughter hadn't played soccer in England, she came over here and I thought, fantastic. And then I caught wind of the fact that they had never asked the neighborhood associations what they wanted, that it had never even come up for bid, that no other venture had been invited to bid on anything.
Has never produced a comprehensive design.
Mayors that only ended.
Enter their kid into this raffle, gets to attend the school in neighborhoods. You had kids in Roxbury and Dorchester getting on a bus to go across a highway to go to school in Newton, which is a very...
They call that MECO. It's a MECO school. My little brother did that. He went to Cohasset. So yeah, it's a MECO school, and you'll be like the only black person. I remember this white girl called my little brother a F word, the F word. So my little brother called her a pale faced bastard, a pale faced bitch after, and he couldn't go to the prom. He couldn't be graduated because of that, but the girl could, and she called him a derogatory term. This is why I personally, and this is just me, I rather put my kids in an all black community. Even if it's middle class or high class, I'd rather put my kids in an all black community, because at the end of the day, even if the kids is mixed, the kids will still support you. You know, black kids love everybody. You know, they might fuck around with you, but they love everybody.
Wealthy city right outside of Boston, to go to school with kids that they don't even interact with on the weekend, to go to school with kids that they don't even live in the community with. Then they have to get back on that bus, go back on the highway, and go back to their neighborhood in Roxbury or Dorchester. Now, I say that that is part of structural racism, because instead of fixing the schools that are in Roxbury and Dorchester, they tell the parents, enter this lottery, and if you win, your child gets to go to one of the more privileged schools in a community where they know no one.
The racism in Boston was put on blast in the 1970s, and it goes back decades. There was a long-standing battle between the Irish, who gained control of city politics. We had a period of 100 years where there were Irish-American mayors that only ended in 1993.
That's Thomas Menino, that guy right there with the glasses, with the color.
When Thomas Menino became mayor,
I think
They
he's
controlled
Italian
most
too.
of the state house and the Senate, and most of the city council seats were occupied by Irish Americans. Irish Americans at that time saw themselves in a zero-sum game. They had to fight the Yankees to gain political power. With political power came city jobs. The community had fought that battle system. There was an issue. The school committee ran it under consent decree, mandating that schools be desegregated by busing. A few black, but also in the city, because that led to profound changes in the school system. But it became quite during that desegregation.
This is South
White
Boston.
people, the N-word got rocks people in white.
This is South Boston. This is South Boston, and this is why I say, you know what? These are the Irish. This was an Irish community. This is where Whitey Bulger came from. This is why when that piece of shit died, I didn't give a fuck. I said, know what I said? I wish he would have been killed earlier. I'm just being personally honest. He did so much damage to his community, but you know who protect him? His own community in the FBI. Whitey Bulger's brother was the president of UMass Boston. Yeah, he was an informant, but at the end of the day, Whitey Bulger killed over 200 people easily. And he put them in the mortars over there behind this building. I think that's G Street. They call that G Street. What's going on, Jeff? Salute.
Neighborhoods became quite violent. They threw rocks at school buses that were bringing black children in. The entire city felt like it was a war zone between white kids and black kids.
I want you to allow the black children.
98 never threw rocks at white kids, throwing rocks at us. I mean, I certainly went through that. Never threw rocks at white kids. White kids who came to our neighborhood for whatever reason weren't chased out. But if you went to South Boston, if you went to the white parts of Dorchester, you were taking your life in your hands. And
that's where Mark Wahlberg is from. He's from the white parts of Dorchester. I think Savin Hill. Yes. It used to be, I don't know if it's an Italian or Irish gang. I mean, Irish mob. So this is why I say I can give him kind of the benefit of the doubt, but at the end of the day, Mark Wahlberg, you did that shit. This is why I was telling Ping Fu, why aren't you hard on the white supremacists? They got documents of saying Mark Wahlberg did that, but you give him a pass. We don't want to hear that bullshit over here, and you give him motherfuckers pass to beat your elderly up. The fuck out of here.
a lot of black people who came to visit Boston stepped into that conflict, not knowing we were beaten up. Those incidents made headlines.
Beacon Hill is a very wealthy neighborhood in Boston, especially black Bostonians.
We're going to forget about that.
Before this proposal, this project, deeply, intimately associated with ownership of the Boston Celtics, the Boston Red Sox, here's future political aspirations as a whatever. This mayor seems to be the biggest rising star in the Commonwealth and in the nation of what might be some perceived woke nuisance or threat nationally because of her public stance against ICE and the president and DEI and all of this other stuff that she does defend verbally in these televised platforms, but at home and on the ground, she has the most to gain politically, perhaps financially, with these investors who, like I said, couldn't be more obviously ill-suited, tone-deaf, unwelcome in this place. When you've got a mayor that's willing to give away so much of what is the taxpayers, what is the adjacent communities, what is really the Commonwealth under law, it's a perfect storm.
No, it's not 100 million. It's 150 million. That of the building that they have in that they're building over at South Station is 350 million. That 100 million, that's light work. It's 150. The other one is 350.
And this project is something that the nation, the world, the Commonwealth, the city, everyone should be looking at more closely than that. This, I told you, this is Katrina. This is Emmett Till's mama pulling back a curtain. And if people don't look at what's behind that curtain, it's coming to them.
In 2025, Mayor Wu had a challenger. His name is Josh Kraft. He is the son of New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft. But don't get it twisted. Josh Kraft may be opposed to the takeover of White Stadium in Franklin Park, but his father, Robert Kraft, wants a soccer stadium in Everett, Massachusetts, for the New England Revolution, which is the male soccer team that he owns. Now, one has to wonder, is it possible that Josh Kraft...
See that white woman right there? That's Myra Haley. She ain't worth a box of fucking cookies either. You're gonna see, y'all gonna start seeing her more often too. She ain't no different than Michelle Wu.
Could be opposed to the takeover of White Stadium because of his family's interest in building a new stadium for the New England Revolution in Everett? But what's the big deal? Why does it matter if the Kraft family wants to build a new stadium in Everett, Massachusetts, as opposed to supporting the takeover of White Stadium in Franklin Park? Well, you see, no one sat down and thought about the logistics and the impact on the residents in these communities, especially when it comes to Everett. It was just a couple of years ago that the Encore Casino was brought to Everett, Massachusetts, after many residents were against it because they...
I'm gonna say this. Everett, they cleared them all out. They cleared damn near all those people out. I'm being personally honest. They cleared damn near all those people out of Everett.
They knew that this would increase traffic and it would make things worse for them. This is the same problem that residents in Franklin Park will also have to deal with. And it brings me to another issue, and that is the Olympics. While the U.S. women's soccer there is still one piece that is missing from this puzzle, and that piece is mass incarceration.
From Roxbury, Dorchester. My name is Mac Hudson, from Roxbury, Dorchester. I work for Prison Legal Service, part of the Racial Equity and Correction Initiative. I also have my own organization called Access Mass, which deals with racial inequity in the Black and brown community. So what happened to me is not uncommon. I and others were the first juveniles that were prosecuted as adults in Massachusetts and sent to maximum security prison. I served 33 years, mostly for a crime I did not commit. This was like something that had been thought of as a means to funnel more young Black folks into our criminal system, as well as to the institutions itself. What has process? One of them is called the bind over hearing, meaning that if you get charged with something that they think is heinous or something that should be prosecuted as an adult, there's a process by which they put you through in order to determine to see whether or not you could be rehabilitated as a young offender. If not, through that series of tests, then they prosecute you as an adult. However, in the late 1980s, what they started doing was prosecuting young Black 17-year-olds.
Jesus Christ. So I'm gonna say this. This is the reason why I wanted to have this channel. I wanted to have this channel is because I wanted us to think about certain things, certain insights of things. Thursday we're gonna be talking about South Carolina Grim Reaper, Solomon Fairfax. So definitely there's no sound. Where is it? I want to say this. I'm going to forget that by then. Just watch one thing. Trust me. No. We'll watch it Thursday. Um, I wanted to do this, and I was gonna do this Saturday. Most likely Saturday, I was gonna do this, but what stopped me was that I wanted to wait. I wanted to see how this work out. I want to see this new program that I'm trying right now.
17-year-olds are juveniles, which all across pretty after looking at going wrong, having this process of cruel and when it received a life sentence, who were juveniles that created actually benefit all those folks who were impacted by.
So I'm a land here, everyone. I want to say this. Michelle Wu. I'm gonna be personally honest, and I'm gonna be brutally honest. Michelle Wu actually hurt Boston. She hurt Boston so bad that a lot of people don't live in Boston anymore. As I said, she's gonna turn this into a fucking circus where it's a tourism. And the reason why I'm using the word fuck because at the end of the day, this is so disheartening. And I know Ping Fu, and I think this is the last time we will be seeing Ping Fu. Um, People like that, and this is just me. People like Michelle Wu is very dangerous. And the reason why she's very dangerous because she has no connection to Boston. She doesn't have that connection to Boston. She don't have no culture, no experience, no attachment. So her doing this is nothing new. I'm not surprised. So yeah, she's gonna hurt Boston. She's gonna hurt Boston. And yeah, Ayana's gonna hurt Boston, aka Token Presley. She's gonna hurt Boston. A lot of these people are hurting Boston. There's a lot of people like me, a lot of these other people who are from the old Boston fighting, people who are making programs. And this is why I said there's not a lot of black stores in Boston. I've been said that. I was like, yo, there's a lot of foreign stores. But there was a black where I was at, there was a black liquor store. There was a black corner store where I was at. But you go to Boston, you start to see a little bit more black stores in JP. But most of them are foreign. But at the end of the day, now the question is, how did they get that money? How did these people she is a CCP operative and Token is just that. Yeah, facts. Facts, Ray Ray. You're right about that. I'm gonna say this too before I leave. Michelle Wu is gonna be the worst thing that ever happened to Boston. Because there ain't gonna be a Boston anymore. You seen what happened to Everett. They said there's no more Everett. That's all a fucking casino. It's a casino. I remember I used to go down there just to go to college, to my college buildings. I don't need to anymore. You know why? It's a fucking casino. It's a casino. I have to go a different way now. I can't go through that way through the highway. So excuse me. I'm gonna give my thanks, and also thanks for everybody who gave Cash App today. I appreciate it. It's really helpful. I'm gonna give shouts out to Ray Ray, Dorsey, E Will, Gullery. That E Will? Yeah, that's E Will. Gullery, YouTubian one. I haven't seen you in a long time. Glad you're doing good. Is that it? No, it's an Encore casino. Kwame, SP, Jeff, Adam B, Dorsey again, Bomb's Legacy, J Money, FBA Convo, Born Enemy, Spence, and also our buddy from Kick, Robin. Salute to Robin. Everybody, y'all have a great day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.